Aloha, my name is Keith Matson. I'm facilitating this FTAC meeting. I'm glad everybody was able to make it here today. So first order of business is I'd like to turn it over to Grace Simmons from the Department of Health, who is substituting for Kathy Ho and as basically the acting co-chair chair for FTAC committee. So Grace, if you want to say your words and roll call.
Aloha. Aloha, and welcome to today's Fuel Tank Advisory Committee meeting. As mentioned, my name is Grace Simmons, and I'm representing the Department of Health. Kathleen Ho, who normally chairs this meeting, is en route to Maui for another meeting. So thank you all for being here today and for your ongoing interest in this vitally important matter. Today, we'll hear updates on Department of Health's three Red Hill priorities: defueling, permanent closure, and remediation of our aquifer. You'll have an opportunity to ask questions and provide comments on this work. We also have experts available on drinking water and public health. Today's meeting is part of our ongoing work to provide the public with access and updates regarding Red Hill. FTAC was established by the state legislature and focuses on our state emergency order. Tomorrow, the EPA will convene its Community Representation Initiative, which stems from its federal consent order with the Navy. Working together, we will accomplish these three priorities and protect the interests of the people and the environment of Hawaii. I look forward to a productive conversation and would now like to call roll. Joining us in person today, myself representing Kathleen Ho, Erwin Kawada,
Here.
Claire Trombador,
Here.
Kaleo Manuel,
Present.
Dr. Melanie Lau. Also joining us on Zoom,
And if the Zoom participants can make themselves visible, turn your camera on. I think we'll be able to see you on screen.
I look myself visible, but I can't start my video. This is Ashley.
Ashley Nishioka, thank you.
Nishihara.
No,
yeah.
excuse me, Nishihara. Senator Mike Gabbard, are you on the line?
I'm here, but it says I can't get in. You stopped
Yeah.
the video.
I can't start.
Oh, here we are.
Okay, Ryan Imata,
Here, thank you.
Carlos Santana,
I'm here, thank you.
thank you. And I believe that concludes the roll call.
Okay, I believe that's all. And if our panelists online can mute their microphones when they're not speaking, otherwise we'll get a little bit of feedback, especially if there's like a dog barking in the background. So let me go ahead and talk a little bit about today's meeting. First of all, I'd like to cover a little bit about the agenda and what we're going to be doing. So if you could pull up my slides there. So, today's goals are similar to the other FTAC meetings we've had in the past. Really the focus is on the near-term developments. And you'll see the items in particular that are going to be focused on in depth here are defueling, closure, and remediation, ongoing and near-term types of activities.
I'm sorry to interrupt. Did anyone else lose sound online?
Keith,
Yeah,
Zoom
Keith,
participants lost
Yes.
audio.
Can you hear me?
There you go.
Now we can.
Okay.
Yep.
I'm sorry about that problem. Okay, thanks for pointing that out. Also today, like the other FTAC meetings, it's about trying to enhance our awareness, our understanding of what's happening, and when is it happening, what to expect in particular in the near future. What we want to do is try to share the airspace in every respect. So the format is basically you'll hear content, but we're going to try to be succinct about that content because a lot of it is also online and you may be familiar with it already. The FTAC members have questions they want to ask as well, so we need time for them too. And then later on in the public comment and question time, we'll bring folks up who want to ask questions, and we'll give them, a chance to do so at the microphone. And there again, we ask that you try to be succinct as possible so that you share the airspace. While I'm talking about the public comment and question period, there's a couple of things I want everybody to know. One is if you're here in person, there is a sign-in sheet in the front. That's the only way we'll know whether or not you want to ask a question. If you haven't signed in but you want to ask a question, please make sure you sign that. It's in the front table, and Roxanne Kwan from the DOH is in charge of that. If you're online as a webinar participant, all you need to do after the break is raise your digital hand. You will automatically go in the queue, and we'll know how to call upon you when it's time for your turn. Let's go to the next slide. So here's the agenda in brief. I think it's been posted online, but after we get through, these opening remarks, we'll go straight into 3 detailed presentations and then a shorter one about the community representation initiative that EPA and Navy have stood up recently. Then we'll take a break. Then we'll do the public side, and then we'll adjourn. Fairly straightforward. Next slide, please. I covered a little bit about this already, but for you Zoom participants, if you're an audience member, you're not going to be able to raise your hand until the second part of the meeting when it's public Q&A. So just relax, listen, take notes, whatever you want to do, but you're going to be basically listening as an audience member, almost like you're watching TV. The same feed that you're seeing on Zoom is going to Alelo channel 49 as well, so it's simulcast on there. Let's see, the other aspect I want to point out is, well, first of all, big shout out to the technical crew that helped put this together. We have Alelo Broadcasting, we have the UH Information Technology Services. They are doing the webinar, and we have Wes Nakano from Above Entertainment, who is doing the sound, and they're all making this happen. I want to point out that we had some unforeseen challenges with the venue that we did not really, how can I say it? We had to do some workarounds. So if there are glitches technically, please bear with us. We're doing the best we can, and I think we can make everything work. Another 2 things I want to mention before we get into the agenda. You'll notice there's some regular participants from both the FTAC members and from the speakers who represent the agencies who are not here today. And that's because they're being pulled away for a lot of different obligations, in particular the Maui fires response. That is commanding a lot of attention from Department of Health in particular. So, of course, Kathy Ho could not be here today because she's on Maui dealing with that much urgent situation. And the last thing just to mention is if you've been following Red Hill, you'll be aware that there's various court cases going on, and some of the speakers you've probably heard before may not always be able to address a question if it's raised. So just keep that in mind. If they tell you they can't answer a question, it's really because they can't. It's not because they don't want to. So just keep that in mind, that that may be a part of the experience here today. What I'd like to do now, though, is turn it over to Admiral Wade, who will bring us through the aspects of defueling. Admiral?
Okay, sir. Can you hear me okay? All right. Well, aloha and good afternoon, everybody. Really appreciate the opportunity to brief the Fuel Tank Advisory Committee and the general public. It's nice to see you all again. It's an honor to be here. My intent today is to provide a progress update on gravity defueling to date, but then I'm also going to discuss what's next. What's next not only for defueling, but also for setting the conditions for transition to the closure phase of the Red Hill bulk fuel storage facility. If we could go to the next slide, please. So, Joint Task Force Red Hill was established just a little over a year ago, and the mission given to me from the Secretary of Defense was to safely and expeditiously defuel the Red Hill facility. I've said this before, but it's worth mentioning again, that defueling Red Hill is the right thing to do for so many different reasons. This is now my third FTAC. And in previous meetings, I've walked you through the various phases of the Department of Defense defueling plan. We talked about our planning, the preparations, the repairs, the training, the safety and risk reduction efforts, and also response preparedness if we had a spill or a fire. And it has been a whole of government and a multiple sector approach to walk our way through the various phases of the Department of Defense defueling plan. On the Department of Defense side, all services represented: Army, Navy, Air Force, Marines, Coast Guard, active duty, reservists, Guard, also government, civilian, and contractors. On the federal, state, and local level, there's been an enormous amount of activity and effort by so many people, not only here in Hawaii, but also in Washington, D.C. From the congressional delegation, obtaining the resources to allow us to get to this point, to set the conditions for defueling, and then to actually start. On the oversight piece at the federal and state level, the Environmental Protection Agency and the Department of Health, to ensure that everything that we do, whether the planning or the actual execution, is done so per federal and state statute and regulations. And then at the state, city, and county level, the coordination and the collaboration, especially with respect to preparedness if we were to have an emergency, and to do so especially with HIEMA and the Director of Emergency Management, so that we're ready. And then on the sector industry side, multiple sectors represented at the fuel, safety, environmental, and then also repair. So it's been a true team of teams approach. I'm grateful for all the support to get us where we are, and I'm proud to tell you that we received final regulatory approval to begin the transition to Phase 5 and to commence gravity defueling, and we did so on 16 October, just about a month ago. If we can go to the next slide, please. We're now a month into our defueling efforts, and this is a screenshot from our mobile application as of yesterday at 2 o'clock in the afternoon, where we had safely defueled a little over 93 million gallons. So I just got the report here about 15 minutes ago. We're presently just passing over 99 million gallons, or approximately 95% of the fuel removed from above the aquifer. And by Saturday, the 18th of November, when we conclude this first phase of gravity defueling, we'll have removed a little over 102 million gallons, or 98.5% of the fuel from the facility. Next slide, please. What I'd like to do now is I want to talk about safety. As I've told this group and the public many times before, that my team and I take safety of personnel very seriously. And our people are our greatest resource, and they're critical to mission success. And I can understand and truly appreciate the concerns from the community about safety, especially in light of what happened in 2021. Just days before defueling commenced, it was reported heavily in the media that the Occupational Safety and Health Administration, or OSHA, was investigating a complaint from a concerned citizen regarding the number of exits in the facility, egress procedures in the case of an emergency, and also the sufficiency of our firefighting training. My team fully cooperated with OSHA. We answered every one of their questions, and we even met with them at the Red Hill facility to highlight the extensive efforts that we've taken with respect to our practices, our programs, our training, everything that we've implemented, emergency evacuation routes, personal protective equipment, emergency breathing devices, and our firefighting plan. And I want to let the public know that we share OSHA's goal to reduce risk to the maximum extent practical and to ensure the safety of our personnel. And to this end, my team and I are prepared to answer any other questions that OSHA may have if they bring them to our attention. Next slide, please. So what I'd like to do now is I want to discuss how things are going operationally from a safety perspective. So the bottom line is that things are going really well. I'm extremely pleased not only in the performance of my team, but also the material readiness condition of the facility and the equipment that we're using to remove the fuel. And again, over 99 million gallons have been removed at this point. And what I want to stress is that we've had no injuries to any of our personnel. We've had no spills or fires. And we also have had no serious incidents which impact the health of my team, the community, or have any impact to the environment or the aquifer. And in the month of near continuous operations, we've taken a few crew rest days on Sundays. We've had only 2 minor incidents, and both were small leaks from valves, roughly 3 gallons total, 3 gallons, that were immediately identified by my team, corrected on the spot, and resulted in no release to the environment. Not one drop. And each were promptly addressed in accordance with prior planning and response processes that we put into place in coordination with the EPA and the Department of Health. And they were on scene for both incidents. They observed our procedures, everything that we practiced and rehearsed, and they gave us clearance to proceed once conditions were secured. The first incident took place on the 16th, the day that we commenced gravity defueling. As we increased the pressures, we had a valve in the underground pump house started to have a minor leak. And again, we have rovers 24/7. We have cameras that are surveying the entire facility, every square inch. As soon as we saw the minor leak, we immediately isolated that valve, and the 1 gallon was collected in primary containment. Think a tub underneath each valve, and then each tub is contained within a pool of material that would not allow any liquid to penetrate through it. So essentially, we collected everything with absorbent pads and then disposed of the fuel per environmental regulations from the DOH and the EPA. And the second leak occurred on the 26th, so while we were defueling, at a valve just outside the underground pump house on Joint Base Pearl Harbor. And both these locations are 3 miles from the tank gallery, not above the aquifer. And in this case, we again identified the leak, isolated it, corrected on the spot, contained all the liquid, and then disposed of it properly. And actions like this, these small leaks, were not unexpected, especially in the size of a facility and the length of the pipelines, and we were fully prepared to address. And so again, I want to just make sure everyone understands there was absolutely no release to the environment, and at no time was there a threat to my team, the community, or the aquifer and drinking water. But I do want to reiterate that my team is absolutely committed to the safe defueling of Red Hill, and we will immediately notify the public if there is an incident that has the potential to endanger our personnel, the community, or in the environment. And not only am I commitment to do it, I have to do it per the Environmental Protection Agency consent order and the Department of Health emergency order. So now, what I want to now do is talk about the relocation of the fuel. And so I've talked about this before, gravity, opening up a valve like you're at a water cooler. It's a lot more complex than that, but the fuel comes down the pipelines to tankers at the pier. There have been 2 3-day periods, though, that we have not moved fuel to a tanker. We've moved them to the above-ground tanks at Pearl Harbor. And that was to support our operations and our training, either on base for our ships or our aircraft at Hickam. As you know, it's a dangerous and complex world, and we still need to ensure that we're meeting national security needs. But the majority of the fuel have been relocated to tankers, and it's been redistributed to a couple of points across the Pacific. About 30 million gallons have been transferred to Island Energy Services here in Hawaii, and then the rest have been relocated to points in San Diego, the Philippines, and Singapore. Okay, so now what I want to do is I want to talk about what's next for the defueling effort. So I want to draw your attention to the right, upper right portion of the slide. So as I mentioned, on the 18th of November, we're going to conclude the first segment of gravity defueling, and that'll take the fuel in the main tanks down to the 7-foot level. And again, that'll get us to about 98.5% defueled. We're going to take a pause, reset for the Thanksgiving holiday, make sure that all conditions are normal, and then we're going to remove the fuel from the tank bottoms from the 4th to the 15th of December. And that'll get us to about 99.45% complete. We're then going to take another pause for the Christmas holiday and New Year's, and then we'll commence what's called unpacking, which is removing the fuel from the pipelines, and that'll be from the 15th to the 19th of January. And when we complete that, we'll be 99.93% complete. And I'll talk about what's next after that. But what we'll have is some residual fuel and sludge, and again, I'll get to that in a second. So on our assessment and how we're doing, we're slightly ahead of plan. Slightly ahead of plan. Now, we're going to end this first segment on the 18th, but we've been able to remove close to 1 million gallons more than we originally projected. The May of 2021 spill was caused because of what's called surge. There was an air pocket in the pipeline, which, when it was collapsed, created the movement of the pipeline and spill from one of the valves. And that was one of our greatest concerns from an engineering aspect and how to prevent a surge event. So in our plans, we had originally prepared to defuel in this phase down to the 10-foot level. But we've created what's called a change management process with the regulatory agencies. And as we lowered the amount of fuel in each of the tanks, the pressures that we had anticipated were not as significant, and we were able to work a change into our procedures to safely remove the fuel from the 10-foot level down to the 7-foot level. So that reduced about 70 to 80,000 gallons in each tank. So when you add the 14 tanks, that gets us to about 1 million gallons. So because we have now reduced the volume by 1 million gallons, we're looking at possibly accelerating the current timeline. And our engineers are putting together a proposal. Again, it must be safe and it must be to regulator standards. But we've already talked with the EPA and the Department of Health. They're willing to look at a potential adjustment to the calendar. I'm not going to commit to any dates, but we will know more towards the end of this month. And once we do, we'll notify the public. I've said many times in public that my intent is to defuel this facility as expeditiously as possible, but as safely as possible. So there's a balance here, but I just want to keep you informed of where we are. And I'm very, very pleased, but we still need to be methodical and deliberate, and we're not going to rush. If it looks like we're rushing to achieve a certain date, we're going to just slow things down and keep to the current plan. So again, we'll keep everyone updated. Okay, what I want to do now is I want to pivot and talk about what happens after gravity defueling. So if we can go to the next slide, please. Okay, so when gravity defueling ends, and again, it's planned for the 19th of January, but it could be a little earlier, 99.9% of the fuel in Red Hill will have been removed. But in the last FTAC, I highlighted that there will be some fuel that we cannot remove with gravity, and that is called residual fuel. And that's fuel that is going to be located in low-point drains, and there's over 100 of them in the 3.5 miles of pipeline, in bends, and also sags in the pipeline, portions of the pipeline that have settled over 80 years of the facility's existence. When we were at the last FTAC, I told you that engineers were in the process of conducting a detailed survey of every square inch of the facility. I gave you a range of what we thought the residual fuel would be at the time. It was 100 to 400,000 gallons, and that I committed to refining that level. And that refinement is done, again, through surveys, and we have high confidence that the amount of residual fuel will be 64,000 gallons. And here are the locations by volume and where they will be. And again, 64,000 gallons. And our intent is to commence removing the residual fuel in January, starting the 22nd of January, right after the gravity defueling is complete. Yesterday, the Department of Defense released defueling supplement number 3 to the defueling plan, and it provided the actions that we will take to remove this fuel. And it also does another thing. It defines actions now that will be part of defueling and then also closure. Now, for the residual fuel of 64,000, our analysis shows that we can remove 60,000 of the 64,000 gallons without disabling the pipeline. So we can go to the low point drains and we can open them up and we can collect the fuel, kind of like you were to go to Jiffy Lube or in your driveway and open up the bottom of your drip pan and collect the fuel from your car. We also can go into various points at the top of the pipelines and open up air vents and put little hoses in, and then to use a small pump and to remove the fuel that are in pockets. And that could be 60,000 gallons without disabling the pipeline in about 2 months. So the Joint Task Force will start doing that again in January and complete that effort by the 31st of March. And this all can be done safely, but it does pend regulatory approval, and we'll submit those plans here shortly. But the remaining 4,000 gallons, though, we cannot access easily. They're in sags in the pipeline, and the only way to get after that fuel is to actually cut into the pipeline and or to drop and remove valves to then access that fuel. And that's much more complicated. It requires greater regulatory oversight because there's a potential path for that fuel to get into the environment. And that activity must also be sequenced with the removal of sludge that are in the tanks, the cleaning of the tanks, and also the removal of the pipelines. And those activities are all part of closure. So that is why JTF will remove the 60,000 and the 4,000 remaining will go to closure. And I'll highlight what that looks like in a forthcoming slide. So if I could go to the next slide here, please. So defueling supplement 3, again, highlights what will be defueling and closure. And in this supplement, it creates a new task force that will be led by the Navy, and that'll be called Navy Closure Task Force Red Hill. And this task force will be led by Admiral Barnett, who's sitting right next to me. When we start the residual fuel removal, again, the 60,000 gallons, that will start a deliberate and methodical transition from Joint Task Force Red Hill to Navy Closure Task Force. And this is going to be methodical, deliberate, and they're going to observe everything that we do for safety, for security, but also for community engagement. And this turnover will continue here while we're removing this residual fuel. And once that residual fuel is complete, then Navy Closure Task Force will assume full responsibility for Red Hill. What does that mean? They will have centralized control like Joint Task Force has right now, and they'll remove the 4,000 gallons of residual fuel, the sludge, also clean the tanks, and they'll also do the removal of the pipelines. So if we go to the next slide, this shows the location of where the 4,000 gallons of residual fuel is located, 1,000 here in the harbor tunnel, and then approximately 3,000 gallons. And we even know which valves and the residuals and the transitions in the tank gallery. And when you combine that with the tank sludge, which we've briefed before, but Admiral Barnett will talk about it, that's basically sediment that floats or settles into the bottom of a tank, not unique to Red Hill. Every single tank has sludge. It's just a much more magnified in a tank that is 250 foot high and 100 foot in diameter, which must be removed as well. So again, during closure, the Closure Task Force will be responsible for the removal of the 4,000 gallons of residual fuel, 28,000 gallons of sludge, and any other hazardous materials that are in the facility. Now, I do acknowledge that there is still a concern from the community and environmental groups with, still some fuel and sludge sitting above the aquifer. And I do agree with that concern. Remember, the Department of Defense is committed to get every single last drop out, but this is a physics problem. We can't just remove the fuel immediately. We can't remove the sludge immediately. So let's take a step back very briefly and put the risk in perspective. So if we can go to the next slide, please. So this is a volume comparison depiction, and it's to scale. And it shows the amount of fuel which sat above the aquifer prior to defueling start on the 16th of October. And that's approximately 104 million gallons, and that's in blue. And then in orange is the 32,000 gallons of sludge and residual fuel. And again, this is to scale. So while I acknowledge that there is risk, it's significantly less. And then if you factor in the fact that the transition to the Navy is not going back to business as usual. And what do I mean by that? A lot of lessons have been learned from the 21 spills, and I say this humbly. There's been a lot of lessons learned by Joint Task Force Red Hill. An acknowledgement of the mistakes that were made, understanding what happened, and then applying those lessons to what we've done and what will be done by the Navy Closure Task Force. Specifically, proper supervision, effective training, proper procedures, a culture of procedural compliance. In addition, this Navy Closure Task Force, it's going to be singularly focused on closure and environmental remediation, just like my team has been singularly focused on defueling. And between 15 and 20 of some of the senior folks from my team that are Navy will be transitioning over to the Navy Closure Task Force. So there'll be continuity and consistency with the procedures and the processes that have been established by the Joint Task Force and will be adhered to and followed with the Navy Closure Task Force. And if we can go back one slide, please. One more, I'm sorry. The Secretary of Defense has approved this plan, but again, he's tasked me to safely and expeditiously defuel the facility. He's now given me another mission in the last 48 hours, and that is to ensure an effective turnover with Admiral Barnett. And I'm going to ensure that that takes place. If we can go to the next slide, please. Two more. And then next one. This is my last slide. So let me just conclude by saying that in a little over a year that I've been in command of Joint Task Force Red Hill, my team and I, in honest good faith, have done our very best to communicate with the public, to not only explain what we're doing and why, but to also listen. And I will just be honest with you that some of the conversations that my team and I have had, they've been difficult. But I understand why they were difficult, and my team had to hear what the community and military families had to say. The feedback that we received gave us a perspective and an understanding of the concerns from the community and our military families. It gave us greater purpose and meaning to everything that we did and are currently doing. And there's been some tough questions. And those questions have made us think critically. And they've made us check our work, double check and triple check everything. And it's made us safer. And I'm grateful for that. So thank you. I'm sorry. We still have a lot more work to do. We have over 10 million gallons to go. We're not at all letting up. We're going to remain vigilant and precise in everything that we do. But my team and I are absolutely committed to doing this right. I want to thank you for your support. I want to thank you for your prayers. And it's just an honor to serve this community. And I'll look forward to your questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Admiral. I want to pivot quickly to the Department of Health and EPA to summarize the oversight functions they have, regulatory oversight functions for defueling. And then we'll take the FTAC members' questions.
Thank you, Keith. thank you all for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Lene Ichinotsubo,
If you could get closer to the microphone.
and I'm the acting. Good afternoon. My name is Lene Ichinotsubo. I'm currently the acting program manager for the Solid and Hazardous Waste Branch, Hawaii Department of Health.
Good afternoon. My name is Amy Miller, and I'm the director of the Enforcement and Compliance Assurance Division at EPA Region 9.
Next slide, please. First, I'd like to point out that these regulatory authorities for defueling and closure are the same. The DOH's authorities stem from the Hawaii Revised Statutes and the Hawaii Administrative Rules for underground storage tanks. In addition, our May 6, 2022 emergency order requires the Navy to defuel and close the Red Hill facility. It also provides specific requirements for the defueling and closure plans.
EPA's regulatory authority over defueling and closure is from the 2023 Administrative Consent Order. This order was signed between the Navy, the Defense Logistics Agency, and is written to mirror the Department of Health's order.
Since the issuance of the Department of Health's emergency order, our staff has worked diligently and very hard in reviewing quality validation reports of hundreds of repairs and enhancements, oversee spill mitigation, planning, and release response exercises, and review JTF's plans for repacking, defueling, and the upcoming unpacking. Both DOH and EPA have staff at Red Hill as defueling progresses to ensure the JTF is adhering to its plans and spill mitigation procedures. Next slide.
Okay, so EPA and the Navy and Defense Logistics Agency had signed the consent agreement on June 2nd, 2023. The consent order requires DOD and DLA to defuel and close Red Hill facility. This order allows EPA to enforce requirements for defueling and closure. It puts EPA in a position to approve the defueling plan that must be followed by DOD and DLA. The order also requires DOD to submit a defueling preparedness report, which was submitted, and after that report is approved by EPA, DOD is required to begin to defuel within 15 days. And this happened on October 16th. EPA, as DOH explained, has staff on site to oversee the defueling effort. Next slide.
To build on our progress so far, we meet with JTF often to discuss our expectations and concerns. Our team carefully reviews submittals and updated plans. As mentioned earlier, both DOH and EPA staff are at Red Hill to observe various fuel movements to make sure the plans we approved are being followed. Next slide, please.
So, in addition to being on site, we also review daily situational reports that are required of the Joint Task Force. This lets us track how much fuel was removed and where, and notifies us of any significant observations that are being made. Like Vice Admiral Wade explained, the next phase is tank bottoms defueling. In a couple of weeks, we have a walkthrough of this operation. Like the tank mains defueling, will require that any concerns we identified during the walkthrough are addressed before the operation begins. Then we'll continue to be present to make sure the plans are followed and to inspect any repairs or changes in operations along the way. We're also reviewing defueling supplement 3, which we received yesterday, and we're working to provide comments as soon as possible. Next slide. I think that's it.
Okay, great. So now I'd like to move to FTAC member questions on everything covered by the JTF and the regulatory agencies. Before we start, can I just get a quick show of hands? How many members in person would like to ask a question on this part? Erwin, okay, and let me just find out from, and I see Ashley's got her hand up. This is just so I can anticipate time. Okay, thank you very much. Erwin, why don't you go ahead, and then we'll move to Ashley.
Okay, thank you. Admiral, thank you for your presentation. I'm Erwin Kawata with Board of Water Supply. If I heard correctly, I think I mentioned that members of the JTF are from all of these different services, and as you work towards the transition from the JTF to the Navy Closure Task Force, Red Hill, as you do that, are there any plans to actually reassign some of the staff on the Joint Task Force over to the Navy Closure Task Force, because it would bring certain amount of institutional knowledge and perhaps experiences that might be helpful? And I was just kind of wondering whether or not something like that was being planned.
Yeah, Mr. Kawata, thank you for the question. 15220 members of Joint Task Force Red Hill that are Navy personnel that are in critical positions that have been involved in the planning and now execution of defueling, also part of the repairs process, will transition over to the Navy Closure Task Force for that exact reason, because there is consistency, there's a level of knowledge, not only with our procedures, but also actions that have been taken in the facility. Remember, we've implemented a lot of risk mitigation controls. We've talked about those in this forum here. Centralized control. Nothing happens in that facility without my approval. And then if there's a significant risk, then Admiral Aquilino approves. That same process is going to be, and Admiral Barnett will talk to it, he will apply that, but instead of Admiral Aquilino, it will be Admiral Paparo, but a 4-star in charge of significant, risk events. And I could go down the list, but it's critical. And again, there were a lot of issues and mistakes that were made over the last decade, but especially in 2021. And when the Joint Task Force stood up, we did what's called a requirements traceability assessment. We went through every regulation, every law. We went through the consent order, the 15 consent order. We had the draft consent order that was just signed in the spring of 23 with EPA. We also had the State of Hawaii emergency order, but most importantly, we had multiple investigations from the May and the November 2021 spill. We went through every single finding, recommendation, and action and verified that they were taken by the Navy, or we took action ourselves, and then they were part of our integrated master plan and our integrated master schedule. So that process is going to be repeated for the Navy Closure Task Force, again, to reduce risk. So thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Ashley, if you could unmute yourself and we can see and hear you.
Okay. Hi, everybody. Good afternoon. My name is Ashley Nishihara. Actually, the main question that I had was for Admiral Wade, and actually, he kind of already answered that. And Erwin asked a similar question. I was just going to ask Admiral Wade, what he would do to ensure that the transition between the JTF RH and the NCTF RH is a smooth one. But since that has more or less been answered, I was wondering, in the operational viewpoints part of the continued community engagement slide, what is interagency coordination and integration? Does that basically mean the right hand knows what the left hand is doing? And how can you enforce that connection between different agencies is maintained and upheld?
Ma'am, it's good to see you again, and thank you for your question. To the first part, when you highlighted that, I answered the question with Mr. Kawada on the transition and the turnover, it's actually more complicated than just having 15 to 20 personnel from the Joint Task Force go over and be part of the closure task force. We are literally going to put together a one-to-end list of activities to ensure that this is a deliberate and methodical turnover. In fact, I'll be honest with you, we've already started. There's over 30 Navy Closure Task Force personnel on island, and they're fully immersed and integrated with our team already. We call it what's called a battle rhythm, but it's all of our meetings and our information flow that allows us to conduct our activities or to make decisions. They're already fully integrated. And then the other thing that I just want to remind everybody that this has been a true team of teams approach. And while Admiral Barnett is responsible for closure, he's been supporting to me, his team has as well, for over a year. He is responsible for the response efforts. So his team is integrated with my team. I'm with Admiral Barnett, 3-4 times a day. We're also neighbors, and we literally walk down the street every day to exchange information to just make sure that we're aligned and synchronized. So this is going to be this is important. This turnover is critically important. And so I'm committed to ensuring that it's done properly. Now, your second question was on that slide with respect to interagency coordination. And there's multiple aspects to that. When I took this job, I committed not only to communicate and engage with the community and keep our congressional delegation and state and local officials informed, but I also committed to close coordination and collaboration with the regulatory agencies, because they hold us to the standard. They're the ones who make us safe. So it's critical that we share information. So when I took it over, the staffs were communicating, but senior leaders, the communication was not that frequent. We established a battle rhythm where we had meetings in person or virtually every 2 weeks or as required. And as we got closer to the final approvals and the actual execution, we were literally meeting every day. So I believe that to be successful in any endeavor, whether military and corporate world, you have to have strong relationships. You have to know each other. So, and it reduces risk. So that was part of it. And the other thing, ma'am, is that we all of our planning for over a year has been to reduce risk. But you can't reduce risk to zero. And because you can't reduce risk to zero, you must plan for worst case situations. And that's where the coordination at the state, city, and county level has been so critically important. In the unlikely event of a spill or a fire, and if we, the military, are unable to respond effectively, we have to ask for support from the state, city, and county. And you don't want to ask for that support and for the other organizations to be surprised. You have to know each other. You have to work together. You have to build a plan together. You have to train together. You have to rehearse together. And that's what we did for the last year. Through Admiral Barnett and HIEMA and DEM, we did those sets and reps. And it gives us the confidence and the competence to respond if there were an emergency. And not only is this something that, we felt it was the right thing to do, it was mandated in the consent order and the State of Hawaii emergency order. And both regulatory agencies had to review our drills. We did 6 of them, and we were graded, and each one, lessons learned were fed in, and then were implemented for the next one. And then the final rehearsal and drill was graded, and that was a requirement to obtain the regulatory approval. So I know a lengthy answer here, but I want to give confidence that what we've done has been deliberate, but also this approach for the transition from defueling to closure, that precision in execution, planning and execution will be followed the same way. And my commitment is to give all the tools, everything to Admiral Barnett's team so that they can get a running start and set the conditions for closure and do it safely. So thank you for the question.
Okay, thank you. Dr. Lau, do you have a question?
I just have a comment, actually. I looked at that supplement last night after you guys said it dropped. It looks pretty similar to the one you had before, and I did notice there was an organization chart. And so my comment and hope is that you will fill that organization chart out with people's names like Admiral Wade did when we asked him to do that the last time.
Yes, ma'am, thank you.
Okay, so before we move into the closure, we're actually doing fairly well on time. I just want, any other questions on defueling? Cleo?
Maybe just one question, or I'm talking or listening to the numbers. So you're at 98 million removed right now, is what I heard, as of a couple.
99 million.
99 million.
Yes, sir.
And you had mentioned 30 million on island distributed to I didn't get the name of who that's distributed to.
Yes, sir. So about 30 million gallons has been relocated to Island Energy Services, IES, at the Campbell Industrial Park.
Okay, got it. And those are stored above ground. I'm just trying to understand.
Yes, sir.
It's staying on island.
Yes,
And
sir.
then some went away. And then in your slide, it said a portion of the fuel is used at Joint Pearl Harbor. What is that quantity? What's a portion? Just curious if you can share
Let me,
that.
I don't
Yeah.
know it offhand, but I could add it for you. 6, 7, 8. Just give me a second.
Mhm.
$15 million gallons.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
So an assumption could be the remaining went off island to those 3 sites, Philippines, Singapore.
Not an
and-
assumption. Everything
went.
else,
Okay.
San Diego, Singapore, and the Philippines. Yes,
Thank
sir.
you.
Thank you.
Okay, so let's move along if we don't have any other questions on defueling at this point. And I just want, we're doing well on time, but I just want to anticipate that I think there'll probably be a lot more questions on closure, simply because it's newer, it's a developing team. So I'd encourage Admiral Barnett and Don Ige, if you could be succinct in your presentation so we leave ample time for the questions that the FTAC members may have. Admiral?
Okay, thank you. Okay, aloha. As you know, my name is Steve Barnett, and I'm the commander for Navy Region Hawaii. I'm also the new commander for the Navy Closure Task Force. I want to take this opportunity to say that it's my moral obligation and ethical duty to get this right. I've been blessed to be able to sit here, and this is I believe maybe my third or fourth, I think it's my fourth. I think I have one more FTAC than Admiral Wade. So I appreciate this opportunity. I also appreciate the opportunity to be able to be a teammate with the Joint Task Force so we can take the best practices, and I'll discuss that a little bit later. Next slide, please. Okay. On November the 6th, the Secretary of Defense approved a new Navy Closure Task Force to execute the permanent closure of the Red Hill facility through coordination with state and federal stakeholders. That's the mission statement there. And that pretty much says what we're going to do. We're going to close it, we're going to be safe with it, and we're going to make sure that we're there for the long term for the remediation process. Next slide. Okay, I call this my building block slide, and these are the building blocks that I've been working with my staff on the actual closure task force stand-up. As you'll see there, it's about 200, it's close to 200 personnel that will be dedicated to the closure. I wanted to start at the bottom to talk to you a little bit about the building blocks for success. So at the bottom, you'll see, and we're utilizing the JTF organization and design. As Admiral Wade has mentioned many times before, that's a functional construct. So it's built on the functions that we will be actually providing. We're going to be using the lessons learned, much like Admiral Wade mentioned from the spills. We're also going to be using the policies and the procedures and the processes that we've been sitting with JTF to learn about. So those will be integrated into our day-to-day operations. The next slide up, I'm sorry, the next block up is the centralized coordination. Now, this was mentioned by Admiral Wade also. All things will come through me and then flow up to the commander of Pacific Fleet, the 4-star, much like Admiral Wade did with the Joint Task Force. This reduces our risk, but this also allows us to make sure that we're doing everything safe and keeping the actual facility safe. Keeping it safe, doing it safe, and keeping the facility actually secure. Okay, the third block up is a technical expertise, and we've kind of discussed that a little bit already. We're going to conduct a detailed traceability assessment that will drive the development of a closure integrated master plan and schedule. We're going to be working with that. Actually, we're in the process of doing that with the Joint Task Force already, and then we're going to share that and work with our regulators, the EPA and the DOH, as we go through that process. So that should be another seamless area that all the stakeholders have been involved with and they see it. Once the defueling is complete, just like Admiral Wade mentioned, we will be receiving those 15 to 20 technical experts, those subject matter experts. We'll welcome them into the closure task force team, and they'll become part of our organization, and we will move forward from there. And to me, this is one of the most important ones. Well, we're going to, the two remaining, I guess you'll call that the rust-colored one, and then the green one. Those are two of the most important ones. The coordination with the regulators, we're going to keep that going. We've been side by side through this process, and we're going to keep that going. So I'm looking forward to our continued relationship with DOH and with EPA on that. Like Admiral Wade said, we have a great battle rhythm with our staff level engagements, but also with the senior level engagements where we're talking pretty regularly so we can identify any issues and make sure that we act quickly on them. And finally, in the green box at the top, community engagement. Very important. Very important for us to be out in the community and listening. As you know, this is my second tour here, and that's what I've learned every tour here. It's very important to listen. It's also important to take that opportunity, as applicable, to inform. So we're going to be out in the community. We're going to be doing the same template that the JTF used through meetings like this, through other meetings, through my I have a special group of individuals, community plans and liaison officers that are out in the community. We'll also be out working at the neighborhood boards and things like that to get this information out. So those are our building blocks for success. You'll be seeing a lot of this as we go through the closure process. Okay, next slide, please. Okay, this slide, sequence layered approach. And this kind of breaks down the different areas or the lines of effort that we will be doing for the closure. You'll see that it's all 6 of these efforts revolve around public outreach and open communication. So if you look at it, those are the planets that are going to be going around the sun right there. That's how we're going to be operating. And just really quickly, I wanted to just mention those to you. We're going to be, obviously, as we mentioned earlier, removing the sludge and any residual fuel that's left from the defueling operation. We're going to have a pipeline. There's 3 pipelines in there. Each is about 3.2 miles, so we're going to be removing those. We're also going to have to remove any hazardous materials or substances, I think asbestos and things like that we will have to remove. There's also going to be some facility infrastructure that we're going to have to do. For instance, inside the tanks, we're actually going to have to go inside and repair some towers and catwalks and things so we can actually get down inside of there with our buggies to actually start cleaning, to just putting in some elbow grease and start working. And of course, and I'll talk about it a little later, for this cleaning process, we'll be working hand in hand with the regulators on that. Then another important one is the site assessment. The site assessment is when we're going to go back and take a look at all the historical spills or things that have happened up there. That's going to flow into our remediation and the things that we're going to do to keep the process to take care of the land, take care of the environment, and take care of the aquifer. So what I will tell you is that from the remediation one also into the environmental monitoring, that's a continuing effort. And the Navy is here to be part of that effort. That's not a walk-away effort. That's going to take some time, and we're going to be committed to working with the regulators to make sure that we get that right. Okay, next slide. Okay, kind of talked a little bit about these already, but these are some of the facility closure efforts. I hit those already, the top 6 right there. But what I wanted to actually focus with you a little bit is we talked about the milestone. The milestones are going to have an integrated plan. We'll be sharing that plan with the regulators. But we're also going to continue working with our biggest, as I call it, being from down south, the biggest alligator nearest the boat right now is the tank cleaning side. So we've been sending supplements through up to DOH and EPA. We have some more homework that we have to do, but we are engaged to attack that as soon as possible. So we got some homework on that, and we're looking forward to honing our timelines, working with the regulators to make sure that we get that done right. And I want to stress also that the tank closure plan is an iterative process, much like the defueling process. We're going to get in there. We're going to take the process apart. We're going to look and see, but where there's the opportunity where we can garner some efficiencies, we will do that. Of course, we won't do that in a vacuum. That'll be done with the regulators. And then all of these deliverables, all of them will be available on the public-facing website for the community to check our homework, and then at opportunities where we're engaging for them to bring up their concerns and things that they may want to look at. I want to jump to the bumper sticker: safe, planned, and engaged. Those are the 3 words that I'm pushing towards my team: safe, planned, and engaged. That's what we're working for. And then lastly, as we look at the reuse, I know that that Darlene's going to talk a little bit about that, but I wanted to show you where that fits into the actual process, and by that I mean the Nakapuna effort. Okay, you'll see there's 3 efforts there. There's the Nakapuna effort, which we will talk about. There's the University of Hawaii, which is an Office of Naval Research grant for non-fossil fuel reuse, and then there was a RAND study. It was a congressional requirement for us to take a look at DoD non-fuel reuse options. All 3 of these options, all 3 of these studies will be bundled, and February, March timeframe of next year, the Secretary of Defense will be briefing that to Congress. As we find more information out on that, I'll make sure that I get that information out to the group. Next slide.
Thank you, Admiral Barnett. Hi, I'm Darlene Ige. I work for Nakapuna Consultings, and we were contracted by the Navy to conduct these surveys on the repurposing of Red Hill after defueling and closure is completed. So today, I'm going to be talking about the quantitative survey. The last FTAC meeting in June, I shared information on the qualitative survey that we conducted in the March-May timeframe, and after that we did a quantitative survey. So the goal of the quantitative survey was to identify the level of community support for the recommendations gathered in the qualitative survey for consideration for repurposing the Red Hill facility after it's defueled and closed. We also wanted to identify if the community support is different for the neighborhoods that are close to the Red Hill facility as compared to the overall Oahu residents. So what we did for the Red Hill community, we mailed out 5,008 paper surveys, and we received back a total of 373 surveys that were completed. Our goal was to get at least 300, so we exceeded our goal there. For the Oahu residents, we emailed out 1,790 surveys, and we received 770 completed surveys, and our goal for that was 700 surveys. So in total, our survey had 1,143. As you can see on this table, we also converted or translated the surveys into 5 other languages besides English: Japanese, Korean, Tagalog, Ilocano, and Hawaiian. And we did get some responses back from the various languages. Next slide. So for the preferred actions after defueling and closure, for the Red Hill community, over 58% said that they prefer repurposing the facility. And for the Oahu residents, it was 53%. So that was the most popular proposal. And then, of course, the next one was shutting it down, was 28% for Red Hill and 21% for the Oahu residents. And the other 2 that you see, the 10% and 4%, was either they needed more information or they didn't know. Next slide. And For the rankings of the repurposing options, so for the respondents who suggested repurposing, the most popular was renewable energy, followed by the water storage, Department of Defense, and emergency shelter. For the least favorable option for repurposing was recreational facility, landfill or disposal, waste disposal, or a data computer center. Okay, next slide. For the preferences for the shutdown options, the most popular was dismantling the facility and returning it to its original state. And the second and third were either giving it back to the state of Hawaii or a native Hawaiian entity. The least favorable option for shutting down the Red Hill facility was filling the tanks with inert material. Next slide. As far as the stewardship preferences after defueling and closure, if you look at the total, which is the gray bars, the gray bars include both the people that wanted to shut down and the people that wanted to repurpose Red Hill. So their first, it was depending on the Red Hill repurposing plan, and then second was the state of Hawaii, to return it to the state of Hawaii, and third was return it to a native Hawaiian entity. For the group that wanted to shut down Red Hill, their first preference was to return it to the state of Hawaii. Second was to return it to a native Hawaiian entity, and third was to return it to the City and County Board of Water Supply. And for the repurposing group responses, their first choice was it depended on the repurposing plan. And their second was return it to state of Hawaii, and third was return it to the native Hawaiian entity. But in all these cases, the least favorite was returning it to the U.S. Navy or Department of Defense. That's all I had, but this survey is on our website, that www.redhillrepurposing.com website, and it's also on the Navy Region website. We wrote the 3 reports. One was when we did interviews, one was for the qualitative survey, and this is the quantitative survey. So all those reports are on both websites. That's all I had.
Okay, anything more before we move on to the regulatory agencies? Okay, so we're going to move on to the regulatory agencies talking about the oversight they have for closure, and then we'll move to FTAC questions. Just a quick reminder, all of the presentation slides are either online already at the Department of Health website for FTAC, or if they've just been updated recently, they will be after this meeting. So if you had any issues seeing one of the slides, you can always go to that source to look at them in more clear detail. Let me turn it over now to DOH and EPA to talk about the oversight for closure.
Okay, so hello again. This is Amy Miller from EPA.
And I'm Lene Ichinotsubo from the Department of Health. This time we'll be covering our roles as regulatory agencies responsible for the oversight of the closure phase of the Red Hill facility. Next slide, please. This information is generally the same as we mentioned under defueling. We have the same respective authorities over defueling as with closure. Next slide, please. In accordance with the emergency order, the Navy must permanently close the Red Hill facility and assess and remediate our aquifer. For the closure phase of the closure plan, we anticipate our review will generally follow 3 main areas: tank and pipeline cleaning, site assessment and remediation, and closure design, also known as the tank system disposition. Earlier this year, we disapproved the closure plan, and we continue to push the Navy to complete the plan and find ways to expedite the schedule, as has been done with defueling. As our Deputy Director, Kathy Ho, mentioned in the Health Committee meeting last week, we really need the Navy and the upcoming Navy task force to approach closure with the same sense of urgency the JTF has shown for defueling. Next slide, please.
The EPA 2023 consent order with the Navy and DLA also require a submittal of a closure plan that describes how all tanks will be cleaned and permanently closed. The plan will be evaluated to ensure protection of human health and the environment. Special care will be given to make sure that all tank rinsate is handled with care, and permanent closure method renders the tanks incapable of contaminating the Red Hill shaft in the future. Next slide. The regulatory agencies meet frequently with the Navy to discuss various tank closure elements. All parts of the plan are reviewed by the various departments at EPA and DOH, including staff with expertise on underground storage tanks, waste management, air permitting, water protection, and many more. EPA and DOH will continue to provide regular on-site presence to ensure that the closure occurs in the method proposed in the planning phase. Next slide.
The regulatory agencies have been reviewing multiple plans related to tank cleaning proposal, including the management of waste that will be generated through the process, and the implementation of spill mitigation and spill response plans. We are focused on providing feedback to the Navy that will result in the safest and most effective cleaning process available. This will ensure that no further contamination is introduced to the environment. Thank you. Thanks, Keith.
Okay, great. So that concludes a little bit on the oversight. For this part, I'd like a quick show of hands who in person would like to ask a question on this part. Okay, we have two, and I see Ashley and Senator Gabbard. Okay, so 4 altogether at this point. Okay, let's go ahead first to Dr. Lau.
This question is for Nakapuna. The numbers seem kind of small. How many 5,000 surveys you sent out by mail and 1,790 by email? And it went to 7,000 households? There's only 7,000 households on Oahu? How did you decide on these people, I guess, and the number?
Well, we have a subcontractor, SMS Research.
If you could talk into the microphone, otherwise you won't be heard.
Yeah, we had a subcontractor, SMS Research, that does this type of surveys, and they came out with that, well, they call it a panel of, which, says if you want 1,000 surveys, then you have to send out like 1,700. I mean, they have the mathematical models that they use in order to get it statistically, significant. So, yeah. So
okay,
I'm not exactly sure how many, how that's decided, but that's what they said it was represented to get it statistically representative of the Oahu population. They needed to send out that much, and they needed to receive back at least 700.
So we've got like 1.5 million people, right, on Oahu?
Mm-hmm.
Let's say 1.2 million, and you're sending out 1,790 emails and 5,000 mail-outs. But out of the 5,000 mail-outs, you only got 373 back. I'm not really sure that's representative. And I know you had the slide of the zip codes that got mailed things, and I live in one of those neighborhoods, and I didn't get one. So that's one question: is how did you decide who you mailed them to? And just how many households are there in 96818 and 91, and I forgot the other one was?
Yeah, and I can get that information from our subcontractor.
Because I guess my point is that I don't think it was a very good survey. And all of Oahu, there's probably more households than just, what did you say, 1,790 emails. How did you get their email addresses? How did you decide on those emails?
Yeah, so our subcontractor says they buy these panels, and it depends how many surveys they want back, and then they have these companies that sell these panels of emails, and so I can get more information on exactly how they did it, but that's what was explained to me, how they buy these panels of emails depending on how much they want back.
Okay, well, I guess I'm kind of comparing it to how we do research in medicine, and that would actually be really bad numbers to report, and I don't think that would be very representative of the patients that we would want to take care of. So same thing here. I'm not sure you're taking care of all the residents on Oahu and basically the people right in the neighborhood where these tanks literally are in our backyards.
Okay, let me ask it.
Okay, thank you. Let's move to online, and then we'll come back to in-person. So Senator Gabbard?
Yes, thank you. Aloha mai kako. And question about the sludge. Vice Admiral Wade mentioned that when the, what's it called, the Closure Task Force, the Navy Closure Task Force takes over, there's going to be 32,000 gallons of fuel left, of which 28,000 gallons will be sludge. Admiral Barnett, can you give us a little more detail about that? And what's going to happen to that 28,000 gallons of sludge?
Yes, sir. Thank you, and good to see you again, sir. For that 28,000 gallons of sludge, we've encountered sludge during the process when we do our normal clean, inspect, and repair process. So it's a process that we've done before. This isn't the first time. It's contractor action. And pretty much what they have to do is go into the tanks, and they have to physically remove the sludge through things like with just buckets and just physically remove the sludge. When they physically remove the sludge, the contractor will then determine the hazardous levels of it, and then it will be through contractor action and disposed of off island.
Off island, so they're going to ship it out somewhere, is that what you're saying?
Yes, sir. That's typically what they do. We will, of course, run that through the regulators. They'll see our complete plan, give us the thumbs up or the thumbs down, and we'll adjust as necessary. But that's typically what they do with hazardous material. I think that's, yes, sir. Yes. So typically they store it and then move it off island.
Okay, thank you very much.
Yes,
Thanks,
sir.
Ed.
Okay. Erwin Quata?
Thank you. I had a question referring to slide number 9, and it talked about the first one. Maybe this question is for Darlene, but it said dismantle the facility and return to its original state. What is its? What is it referring to? Is it the environment? Is it the groundwater?
No,
I mean, the aquifer?
Yeah, it's the Red Hill facility itself.
So it is restoring the Red Hill facility to its original state after it was built? Is that what the word "it" is referring to?
No, I think it's the
Because
area of where the facility is.
So you're talking about the environment and the
Yes.
groundwater and the aquifer itself. So restoring it to the point where before the tank was ever built
Yeah,
in that location.
correct.
So so it's saying that a majority of people want that. That's wonderful.
The people that said that 20-something% that said they want it shut down, wanted that as the option to
Okay,
shut
so
it
the
down.
report is available online, if I heard. Is that correct?
That is.
Okay, so we'll be able to take a look at that, because I struggled with these slides, because even you look at slide number 8, there's bar graphs on there, but there's no units. And even for slide number 7, you have percentages represented there, but it doesn't follow up with the actual question that was asked. So that question can really put in its context, kind of better frame what the percentages are referring to. So something that we had, I had a difficult time with, and we'll take a look at the report and perhaps provide you some comments, Admiral.
Okay.
Thank
And
you.
if I can remind all of our presenters to talk into the microphone closely so you can be heard. It's a little bit of variance in the sound.
If I could, yes, sir, Erwin, and I got that for action, so we'll make sure that we follow up. And thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Okay, Ashley?
Okay, first I have a really quick comment and then I have a question. I just want to second the comment made by Melanie earlier about having an organizational chart showing who is in NCTF-RH, including a highlight on those who are joining from the JTF team or transitioning from the JTF team. And my question is, and this is referring to the Nakapuna slide, preferred action after defueling. why does there seem to be a majority of the people from both communities wanting to repurpose the facility, and yet both of the same communities want to dismantle the facility and return it, and I'm glad Erwin clarified what it is referring to its original state. Isn't the point of repurposing the facility to prevent from having to dismantle or remove the tanks? I guess there was like this confusion that I had about it, and maybe it's my misunderstanding, but I don't think, after hearing Erwin's question, I think that I feel that, yeah, there's some things that could be a lot more clear, and that indicates to me like confusion about what closure and the various options would actually mean and entail in the general public. So yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, so when I was, I guess I had separated the repurposing options from the shutting down options. So when I was speaking about the repurposing options, those options were from the respondents that suggested repurposing. And then when I was referring to the shutdown options, that was from the people that, wanted the facility shut down.
Oh. Yeah, that was confusing. It was
Sorry.
confusing to me.
Okay. Any other questions from the FTAC members, either online or in person here? All right. Well, we're doing fantastic on time then. So we can move right into the next section, which is remediation. And this will be Captain Sullivan, who will be walking through the NAVFAC or Navy part of this, followed, of course, by the regulatory agencies. Captain Sullivan.
Aloha, good afternoon. So I'm Captain James Sullivan. I'm the Commanding Officer of Naval Facilities Engineering Systems Command, Hawaii. So I just want to spend a couple minutes first talking about what my primary responsibilities are as it pertains to Red Hill. So I really have three areas of responsibility. The first is to ensure the safety of the drinking water system. The second is to perform all of the current as well as the continued long-term remediation and monitoring of the Red Hill facility. And then the third is to continue to support Vice Admiral Wade and the Joint Task Force, as well as the newly established Navy Closure Task Force in all of the defueling, closure, and remediation efforts that are part of their mission set. So all of these tasks also do in very, very close coordination with all of the regulators in every aspect of it. So if you can go to the next slide, please. I wanted to spend just a couple minutes talking about the water distribution system as well as the long-term monitoring program. So the slide that you have in front of us, this is a summary of what the long-term monitoring program is. And if you look at the circle to the right, you can see that long-term monitoring consists of 7,800 water samples that are taken on the Navy water distribution system. We currently are in period 6 of those 7 periods, the 2-year period, and we've conducted 7,300 water tests to continue to prove on a regular basis that the water meets all drinking water standards. It is important to notice that in each period, so as we break it down, we want to make sure that we're definitely taking care of and paying close attention to some of those most vulnerable populations. So in every period, in addition to homes and homes and businesses, we test every school, every medical facility, as well as any child care facilities, again, every period to make sure that they continue to meet those drinking water standards. It is very important, as Vice Admiral Wade had talked about and Admiral Barnett, making sure that we're out in the community, that we are open and very transparent and doing everything we can to rebuild the trust of both the military as well as the greater Hawaii community is very, very important. So if you look on the bottom right-hand corner of the slide, we've talked several times in many of these forums about the Safe Waters website, where all of the results that we've taken for the long-term monitoring can be found on that website, as well as we've developed different interactive maps so that anyone could go in there, they could look for their home, they can look for their neighbors' homes, the schools, any water test that has been taken as part of this program. are available. We've also, based off of great feedback that we've received from the different stakeholders, the SME groups that we've worked with, the Department of Health, the EPA, the Board of Water Supply, Commission of Water Resources, to continue to improve and make sure that the data makes sense. We put together some tutorial videos that when you click on the website, it'll give you an option to view the video that explains how you can get to the data and what the data means. We also, I'll go to the next slide shortly, but on the next slide I'll talk about some of those community outreach events and what we're doing to try to continue to inform anybody who has concerns, as well as make sure that the information is very understandable. Pointing to the bottom left corner of the slide, I just want to highlight the rapid response teams. So at any point in time, if there is anybody who's on the water distribution system that has concerns about the drinking water quality, whether they have a smell, have something that just doesn't look right, or any concern, they can call we call it the EOC, the Emergency Operations Center, but they can call 24/7 and we will send out somebody to take a sample. We can do a quick sample that we can get results on island within an hour, but it's not the full comprehensive test that we have to do that we send back to the mainland. So we will do both. We'll do the rapid immediately, and then we will follow up with a full suite of the analytes and send that off to the offsite lab. So again, that is available now. It has been available, but anyone who is concerned, please reach out to us and we'll immediately come out and take water samples. Next slide, please. Just highlighting, again, the importance of trying to rebuild that trust and trying to get the information out there. This is a slide that we put together that the top right-hand corner shows a booth that we're willing to go anywhere. We'll go to the different schools, the back-to-school nights, to any board meetings that you might have. We go to the local mini-marts within the communities, as well as the Navy Exchange and the Air Force Center, the Air Force Exchange. And we'll set up this booth, and it shows we'll have a computer set up with access to our website that's available to everybody, and we'll walk anybody who's interested through finding their site, their results, explain what they mean. So that is available, and we'll have my subject matter expert standing by to answer any questions. On the left of that table that you see there, that just shows what it looks like when someone comes to your house, the cooler that they utilize, all of the testing protocol that goes into making sure that we have a quality sample and we're following all the approved regulator processes when we do those samples. Just going through the rest of the slide, the top left talks about some of the current engagements that we have going on. Again, I already hit through most of them, as well as I do have a quote from one of the principals that was very, very pleased, and there was a concerned population at a back-to-school night. We went there, we had the booth, and this is just a note that we got back from the principal, thanking us for the continued effort to try to rebuild the trust, but also to get that information out there. The bottom left talks about some of the recent events that we've had, again, the back-to-school nights, the different meetings that we're attending, as well as things like the governor's water update that we did last week. And then the bottom right talks about some of our upcoming events. And again, we have our website on the bottom where the calendar for outreach events is now uploaded onto that website, and I'll continue to push you to that website for any questions that you might have, as well as any feedback that you might have on how we can continue to improve. One thing we do, and as Admiral Barnett had mentioned, following the practices of the JTF, their app that they have on the phone has been very, very popular. I know I personally have it on my phone, tracking the progress on a day-to-day basis. We will be doing the same for the closure task force as well as the drinking water side of the house as we move forward. Next slide, please. Shifting focus a little from the drinking water, I want to shift to the groundwater and the remediation and the soil and everything that we're doing to recover the site from the 2021 releases of fuel at Red Hill. I know this is an eye chart, and I do not intend to go. This is our current schedule that we have on our website. We update it at least on a monthly basis with all of the activities that we are doing. But one thing that is very important to note, on the top right-hand corner, when you see the scale, there is an hour. There is no end timeline on this remediation schedule. This is what we're currently doing, but this remediation, the Navy is continued to long after defueling, long after closure and as we move to restoring Red Hill and remediating Red Hill. It will go for many, many, many years, long after closure is complete. So we'll continue to build on this. But just highlighting a few items, if you look on the left of the slide, it walks through, I'll just hit on some of the highlights of the monitoring and so over here talks about all the sampling efforts that we're doing right now within the groundwater as well as soil vapor. We continue to do that as we move through defueling. Here we talk about some of the site characterization efforts to identify where fuel may be within Red Hill. And again, we've already recovered fuel, but we have much work to do, including soil vapor extraction and air sparging, and really any technologies that we can continue to get after to recover any contamination that may be in the soil. Remediation efforts, the characterization leads to the remediation efforts and the action that we're going to do. We're looking into modeling efforts. We really have two parallel modeling efforts that we continue. We have a Navy modeling effort to where we're trying to continue to identify where past contamination may be going, as well as in the unlikely event there was a spill, where would it be going? So we have the Navy model, as well as we work with the University of Hawaii, who is conducting their own model, supporting them in anything they need, any information, any access, and so forth. And then the bottom just highlights some of the efforts that we've been doing to support defueling, making sure that all areas where we may have done any characterization, drilled holes, have monitoring wells, that we are keeping all of those completely sealed with sandbags. We got silicone plates, just to make sure there is no path that if there were fuel spill to occur, that it would not have a quick path to get down into the aquifer. So we'll continue to work that. As well as the groundwater protection plan. That is the plan that we laid out well in advance of defueling and all of the exercises that we did to ensure that in the unlikely event there was a spill or we would have monitoring in place. We would have triggers set to identify, give us early warning that there is an issue, as well as lay out all of the actions that we would take to minimize the impact of that spill. And in closing, before we turn it over to questions, again, I just want to reiterate that this is the current efforts, but the Navy is committed to the long-term remediation, and this will continue to be built up and developed as we move forward. Pending any questions, that was all I had for this afternoon.
Before we get to questions, let's wrap up with the Department of Health and EPA discussing their oversight for remediation.
Good afternoon. I'm Allison Fong, Assistant Director of the RCRA Branch at EPA Region 9.
And again, I'm Lene Ichinotsubu from Department of Health. This time, we'll be covering our roles as regulatory agencies responsible for overseeing the site investigation and cleanup of releases from Red Hill.
Next slide, please. All right, first and foremost, we wanted to highlight some of the key updates since our last FTAC meeting. We've been focusing our efforts on supporting safe defueling. The regulatory agencies requested and the Navy provided sample results of tank contents and updated their groundwater protection plan to help understand risk and closely monitor contaminant trends that may indicate any potential releases and require appropriate actions during defueling. We've also been working with Navy leadership to ensure that recent and historic releases at Red Hill, including PFAS, where it's commingled with petroleum, are addressed by the Navy in a comprehensive fashion. Thirdly, we do continue to update our subject matter expert stakeholders, including the Board of Water Supply, USGS, CWERM, and University of Hawaii, about Red Hill environmental work and request input from them regularly to inform our decisions at the site through meetings of our Red Hill remediation roundtables and associated meetings. Last key update, since September, EPA has really focused on adding new members to our staff who are fully dedicated to Red Hill oversight of defueling, closure, environmental investigation remediation, and community involvement. We've added 4 new staff members, and there are now 6 staff place-based in Honolulu and additional team members supporting the project from San Francisco. Next slide. DOH and EPA continue to work together to oversee the work that the Navy is doing, as required by the 2015 AOC, EPA's 2023 Administrative Order on Consent, and DOH's emergency order. Oversight has been ongoing and will continue during and after defueling and closure. Here are some QR codes with links to where we're making documents available, sharing data and communicating risk information to the public, including a link to EPA's Red Hill Groundwater Results web application where folks can view the data, download it, and view trends. Next slide, please. We also wanted to share what regulatory agencies are currently seeing as we're monitoring the data. EPA and DOH have observed that concentrations of contaminants do fluctuate over time, but long-term trends before and after the releases are identifiable. We've shown here an example from a monitoring well that's inside the tank gallery. And this time series graph, for example, of mid-range TPH detections at Red Hill Monitoring Well 2 shows that there are much higher concentrations after the November 2021 release than we see today, even though the results do have some normal fluctuation to them. Next slide, please. EPA and DOH continue to monitor trends in the aquifer conditions. Here are updated maps that show mixed total petroleum hydrocarbons in the aquifer. These maps were created by counting the number of wells with results that exceeded a screening level during a period of time. These higher fractions of detections are depicted in the red and orange parts of the slides. The size of the areas where there are these higher fractions of exceedances remains small. Since there were fewer samples collected between May 2023 and August of 2023 in the last figure, compared to previous 2 times on this map, there are small variabilities in the concentrations as they aren't averaged out over time, as they might be over the longer time period where there are more samples collected. Next slide, please.
Our current oversight activities include the continued evaluation of groundwater and soil vapor monitoring. The frequency of some data collection has increased during defueling to aid in the identification and impact assessment of a potential release during defueling should one occur. To date, and consistent with our on-site observations, we have not identified releases to the environment from defueling. We are, however, tracking a relatively small increase in 2 constituents in one well in an area beneath the tanks that started around June 2023 before defueling started. These concentrations remain below the Hawaii environmental action levels. Although we do not believe that this is indicative of a new release, these detections have resulted in increased monitoring and assessment, and we continue to evaluate incoming data. Even while we are focusing on the data that we are needed to stay safe during defueling, we continue to oversee investigation of the existing contamination. Next slide.
Let me pause there for a second. We're obviously having some problems with the screen. The technical staff is trying to address that. So first thing is, all of this content is online at the Department of Health website. So if you're having problems seeing it now, you can get to it that way. Second question is, do you have very specific detailed slides that we have to worry about if there's interruptions, or can you talk through the rest of your presentation?
Just one more slide.
Okay, go for it. Thank you. Yeah, and that's a good point. I'd like everybody to please get as close as you can to the microphone because it is hard for some of the voices to be heard. Thank you.
Among the anticipated upcoming actions is the timely submission of a comprehensive site assessment as part of the closure plan, which should include identification of areas where releases have occurred, determination of the magnitude and extent of the releases throughout the UST system, determination of risks to potential receptors, identification of potential remedial options, basis for selection of remedial options, and implementation of said remedial options. We recognize that not all of these components can be submitted at its initial submission, but the comprehensive plan should provide the process and plan-dependent schedule to complete the process. Again, I'd like to echo the same sentiment that we mentioned before, and that is, we would like to see the Navy proceed with closure, including the site investigation and the remediation of the facility, with the same expedience, thoroughness, and organization as the GTF has acted during defueling. That concludes our presentation.
Okay, thank you. And before we get to FTAC questions, I'd just like to make sure that we have the slide deck still up and visible in case questions are asked about the graphs and the maps, because I realized it was jumping around. So we want to be able to see that more clearly. I think the issue has been resolved. So quick show of hands, how many FTAC members would like to ask a question in this section? 3, okay, great. And how many online? Ashley is 1. Okay, so 4 altogether at this point. Okay, so let's go ahead. Cleo, why don't you lead us off this time?
All right, thank you. Just a quick question. There's been discussions of reducing the capture zone, right, from 5 downward, 5 MGD downward. Where are we at on that in proposals or review by DOH? I don't know whose shop that's in.
Yes, sir. So for right now, I guess, the GAC flow optimization, I know that we have submitted a request. Right now during defueling, we are maintaining it at the full, almost 5 million gallons a day. There has been proposals for how we would reduce it, and in fact, we did receive just a response probably 2 hours ago to respond to some of the questions or concerns that the regulators have. So I am in receipt of that letter now. We'll begin review it and make sure we staff it out. So it's not an immediate, not while we continue with the gravity defueling, but I believe that letter might have laid out some of the requirements or questions that we had with the regulators so that we can proceed with the GAC flow optimization, which is the reduced pumping at the Red Hill shaft.
So the letter is the letter you're sending back to DOH or DOH?
Just received a letter from the DOH
Just a
today.
couple hours ago.
Okay, thank you. And maybe DOH, can you share what the contents of that letter are since you just sent it?
Sure.
Or if that's not ready, I'm
No.
just curious.
No. So we received a letter, in response to the Navy's request to reduce the average pumping rate, we reviewed both their draft and their final reports. The Navy continued to rely heavily on the modeling, which the DOH has not approved, and failed to sufficiently analyze how to show no adverse impacts that would result from the reduced average pumping rate. However, we recognize the importance of conserving our natural resources and outlined a path forward for the Navy to reduce that average pumping rate with increased monitoring and evaluation following the completion of defueling. So we outlined a path forward.
Thank you for that.
To work with them.
Yeah, I just want to highlight the urgency of drought in the state of Hawaii, and any ounce and drop of water we can conserve, the better. So that's a concern for us, so it's good to hear that you folks are moving on it. If you can review that quickly and respond, that would be great.
We will.
Thank you.
Okay, let's go to Dr. Lau.
Actually, I'll just go last.
You will?
Yeah.
Okay, I want to stay with the in-person ones because I don't want to lose this screen yet in case we need to revisit it. So, Erwin?
Thank you. This is not so much of a question, but more of a comment. I think from our standpoint, the remediation and the characterization of the extent of contamination in the subsurface and the aquifer, the sense of urgency is something that we haven't seen. And just like what the JTF is doing in terms of defueling and the sense of urgency being slightly ahead of schedule, we don't see that sense of urgency with the remediation and the characterization of the contamination. And that's something that we're going to continue to ask for. Instead of this constant debate about where we're going to put the wells and how many we're going to do, just drill them, get the data, and move forward. Because the characterization started with the 2015 Administrative Order of Consent. This is 2023, and from our perspective, we're no place closer. So we ask you to have a better sense of urgency with respect to remediation and understanding the nature and extent of contamination in the environment and the groundwater aquifer. Thank you.
Okay, before we move on, any response from the Navy or on that?
Thank you, Erwin, and we'll take that for action. I got you.
Okay. Let's go to Ashley and then to Dr. Lau last.
Okay, and I actually have a lot of questions, so I'll just choose the first two. My first question is regarding the evaluation of aquifer conditions mixed TPH slide, and the May 5th to August 7th, 2023 slide. That footprint really disturbs me, and my first question was going to be, why is it larger than the previous, the May 4th and 5th, before it, the May 5th, 2022 to May 4th, 2023. And I know it says there are fewer sampling events, but why was that? Why were there few sampling events between the latest set of data? And my second question was, who will select the remedial option? I mean, it says like public will have its input, but how much influence will the public have in this decision? I mean, will the Community Representation Initiative that was just formed have a significant sway in this? Who is going to select this?
Okay.
Thank you.
Let's see if we can get to both those questions. And so the first one was on the samples. And Allison Fong?
Yes. Would you mind pulling the slide up again?
Yeah, if we could get the slide back of the maps, right? The 4 maps? Yeah.
Right, so we hadn't received, at the time of the making of these maps, just several weeks ago, the most recent data. So these maps were created with the most recent data we had at the time. So the previous snapshots, as you can see, are from May to May period. The latest data we had available when generating this deck was from May to August of 2023. So the data do reflect a point in time, and it is, a dynamic environment. The regulatory agencies don't interpret that larger outer footprint as any net migration of the contamination, but rather a combination of effects, including seasonal fluctuations, heavy rain events, remobilization of older material in the subsurface, and the frequency of sample collection. So there weren't fewer samples that were collected during the period. We just did not have all of the data from that were available to us in generating that map. If there are additional questions about how the maps were generated, we can definitely pull in some of our contractors who are on the line right now to answer further questions.
Okay, thank you, Allison. And the second part of your question had to do with closure, correct, Ashley?
Yeah.
Closure options, okay.
Yeah, who will choose the remediation option? Will it be the CRI, the Community Representation Initiative that was just formed? I mean, you guys always say that we'll have public input, but I mean, how much sway, how much influence will the public have in this decision? Or will DOH choose it, or will the Navy choose it, or who will choose it?
So thank you, man. This is Captain Sullivan. To answer the first part of that question, step 1 is what is currently in progress right now, which is the beginning of that site assessment, to where we're going through the history of the facility, past spills, and that will result in this summer, the June-July timeframe. We will put together a full work plan for where we recommend all of the sampling be done, and this will be worked with very closely and provided to the regulators for their approval on what are the areas that we need to sample, that we need to identify additional remediation, additional monitoring, that will all be done as part of the site assessment, moving into the work plan that will go to the regulators for their approval. And then following that, we'll continue for, again, many years as we go into whatever the long-term remediation. When it comes to who decides that, I think it will be recommendations from the Navy, but also ultimately it will be the regulators who have a say in what remediation will be required. I do appreciate and believe that this will be some of the discussions that we will have in forums such as this, the roundtables that we have with the regulators, USGS, BWS, and Seaworm, and I would anticipate also part of the CRI discussions to inform the way forward on that.
Okay, thank you. I have other questions too, but I think you better let Melanie go before
yeah, that's what I was
get
gonna
into them
suggest.
because I got my main questions out though.
Thank you, Ashley. Okay, Dr. Lau.
Hang on, I'm trying to get a little closer. So, one thing, Allison, comment you made is a little alarming when you said that it's not less data points, it's that there was movement of old fuel. So that's why the spread looks more. So that concerns me that the long-term remediation is going to be long-term because we're going to keep seeing these kinds of maps generated even though we're not spilling anymore. So you want to comment on that?
Yeah, so like we were saying, it is a dynamic environment in the subsurface. One thing that we are hoping will give greater clarity to the nature and extent is not only the installation of additional monitoring wells, which will have, a better depiction of what is in the subsurface, but like we talked about with closure, the Navy is required to do a comprehensive site assessment. And at closure, there will be more site assessment they can do than when the facility was in operation. So I think all of that will give a more complete picture than even what we have today. But the regulatory agencies are closely reviewing this data, discussing it with the Navy, and we're keeping a close watch to understand where things are going and involving our stakeholder agencies in the conversation.
And ma'am, if I could add to that also. So for right now, there's currently 35 groundwater monitoring wells that we are doing the sampling on. We committed, following the November 21 releases, committed immediately to doing 22 additional wells. So far, we have completed 16 of those wells. We have 3 that are currently in progress, and we have 3 that we're working through, and I appreciate the support that we've received from Irwin and Ernie, as well as Seaworm, to get the approval to drill some of those other wells in land that the Navy, the DOD does not own, that we have to get the permission, obviously, of the landowners. So we're working still through 3 of those to get that original 22. We do not need to stop at 22. We'll continue to work with all the subject matter experts. If there are other well locations that we need to identify and drill, we're committed to that. Including, I believe, next week we have a meeting scheduled with Seaworm where we have the opportunity to talk with them. And one of the things that we will be bringing up is the permits that we have for those 3 outstanding wells. So we'll continue to push forward, but we're up to 35 monitoring wells, 22 that have been committed to as part of the 21 following the 21 spills, but 16 of those are already complete.
So the placement of those wells, you've consulted with Board of Water Supply, the UH, and you've all decided that that's where those 36 should go.
The ones that were there prior to the 21 spill, I can't speak to how those locations were determined, but for everything that we've been drilling since the 21 spills, it has been in very close coordination and taking the feedback from all of those other stakeholders, such as BWS, Seaworm, and the USGS, in addition to the EPA and the DOH SMEs. Another
question I have is that circular graph you had long-term water monitoring and it ends in 2024. I assume there's going to be another circle graph and it's going to keep going?
That is something that we'll continue to work with the regulators. We're following the long-term monitoring plan that was agreed on and directed by the regulators following the IDWST, the Interagency Drinking Water System team. So we'll continue that dialogue with the regulators on what the future of long-term monitoring looks like.
So regulators, are you going to let them end in 2024? Because we haven't even started the closure part, or the tank cleaning and closure part. So how are you going to know for sure that the pipes, everybody's water is still good if the IDSW ends already? EPA and DOH.
So we have one of our virtual presenters, Karine Lai, who's our manager of the drinking water program at EPA.
Okay, yeah, Karine Lai, if you're online, if you could unmute yourself.
Good evening, folks out there. So I understand the question is regards to long-term monitoring, which we have I believe the schedule takes us through February of 2024 to complete the 2-year period of continuous monitoring of both residential facilities, child care centers, and medical to ensure that there isn't any residual contamination in residences and the water that's being delivered to consumers. At this point in time, there isn't any reason for why we would continue, although I think what we're seeing is quite a bit of stability. But certainly, should circumstances change, we can certainly reevaluate whether or not we need to move forward. We still have time still. We have another 5 months, is it, before the end of our long-term monitoring plan? And again, things are very stable. We are not seeing any upticks or anything unusual or noteworthy based on the past year and a half of monitoring that we've been doing.
My argument there is that the tank cleaning hasn't even started yet. And as they did it before, we ended up with simple green in the water, right? So I would hope you would be monitoring it still.
We can certainly take that into consideration as we move forward.
Can I keep going?
We want to pivot for a sec back to Ashley, and then we'll come back to you. Thanks. Ashley?
Okay. What is silica gel cleanup exactly, and how is it applied, and what is it being applied to? I mean, I'm assuming it's to the jet fuel, but I have just no idea what that is and how it will be implemented. Oh.
Okay, we're lining up the right person to take the question. Just a sec.
Yeah, I can answer since silica gel cleanup was one of the acronyms used in one of our slides. So starting in 2017, the Navy had used the silica gel cleanup procedure on some Red Hill samples. So certain petroleum compounds containing only carbon and hydrogen, they're nonpolar, meaning that the charges in the molecules are balanced. And as petroleum groundwater breaks down to both nonpolar and polar metabolites, the TPH analysis provides a total result of the mix of these chemicals in the sample. With silica gel, it absorbs those polar chemicals, so the TPH mixes. With both silica gel analysis, it only reports those nonpolar hydrocarbons in the sample. I don't know if DOH or Navy, any additional explanation you want to provide there?
Okay. Ashley, did you have any follow-up on that? It's obviously an extremely technical area.
Okay, well, I have another question, but it's not related to that. The other question I had, is it okay to ask it? What is the defueling update to the groundwater protection plan, and what does it entail?
Could you repeat that question, please, just so everybody heard it?
What is the defueling update to the groundwater protection plan, and what does it entail?
So thank you. This is Captain Sullivan again. So the groundwater protection plan, the defueling update, it addressed any triggers that we would identify as we continue to do the sampling. If we get any results that would be an indication that there may be an issue. So it identified what those triggers would be. It identified actions that we would take in the event that there were a spill, to include making sure that the GAC was operating at full capability, to ensure that all of the barriers, all of the protective measures were still in place, and it would dictate increased sampling that would be required of monitoring wells and so forth. So it was just to build upon past groundwater monitoring plans, to include the details and really a much more robust sampling and monitoring effort. So that is also, if you do have any questions, we have that posted on the Safe Water website on the environmental side that has all of the details of what that updated groundwater protection looks like. And if I could, just stepping back to the previous question, that I do think there is a very, very important point to note. When we talked about the long-term monitoring after the 2024, All of the water in the Joint Base Pearl Harbor distribution system is coming from the Waiava shaft 6 miles away. It is not coming from the Red Hill shaft. When we talk about maintaining the capture zone, yes, we are pumping the Red Hill shaft, but that water is being treated and discharged. Unfortunately, it's going into the stream and it's not going to beneficial use, but it is not going into the distribution system. So all of the water that is in the Red Hill area below in the aquifer, we are pulling from 6 miles away at the Waiava shaft. And so I just want to make that clear distinction.
Okay, let's move back to Dr. Lau. And then I think we're about close to wrapping up.
Okay, well, that's reassuring for the Navy personnel who are on the Waiava shaft. I agree, that is good. But I'm concerned that if we're going to clean the 20 tanks, well, I guess there's 14 now, and use the same methods as before that resulted in the Simple Green ending up in drinking water. Maybe it's not in Waiava's aquifer, but it will be in the Red Hill shaft. And so eventually I'm hoping we get to use the shaft again. But since you brought the Red Hill shaft up, I did want to bring something up about that as well. And I don't have the fancy slide you guys do because I just thought of this last night, so I just made something up. So the GAC filters arrived on December 21st, 2021. Sorry, December 20, 2021. Let's say it took 2 days to put into operation. That means from December 22, 2021 to today, November 15, there's 693 days. I calculated at 3 million gallons a day. I didn't realize, Kaleo, that it was 5 million gallons a day that we were actually pumping and dumping. Okay, so we're pumping and dumping 3 million gallons per day of fresh aquifer water, right? And 693 times 3 million gallons a day comes out to 2,079 million gallons of water wasted so far. And you yourself did say that we haven't had beneficial reuse yet. So I echo Kaleo's comment, is that it's urgent. I would like you all to, I'm sorry, I always forgot to preface this when I say you, I mean the Navy in general and not you personally, but it would be nice if the Navy would try and find a beneficial reuse for this. You know, we were all very happy, and actually, my hat's off to you, Admiral Wade, that you got the 100 million gallons out, and I really thought you were going to hit the 102 million by today, but I guess it's going to be this weekend. But 102 million gallons of free fuel, of defueling by free flow, compared to my 2 billion, comes out that I top you 20 times over. So the wastage is 20 times over what you have just miraculously, importantly defueled. And if I'm going to use your dot graph, I got 20 dots. I got 20 blue dots over your blue dot. So it's just to kind of let you guys all know why everyone in Hawaii, well, not everyone, maybe most people in Hawaii are disappointed and frustrated and angry. It's pretty words to engage the community, but it's a little bit tone deaf. When the admirals, captains, officers who preceded you, yes, it's not you, but who preceded you have escaped accountability. So if you want to engage the community, I think that would be important. They were either retired, promoted, reassigned, or even given medals. But if you want to regain the trust, then these predecessors must pay, either with money or time. The Navy can figure out how to dock their retirement pay, put them in jail, decide on punishment, because they're getting away unaccountable. They should not escape accountability or their duties as officers. So sorry that I went off on that part, but I am kind of concerned about the 2 billion wasted water and counting.
Okay. Thank you. If there's any comment on the wastage issue, what do you call it, the beneficial reuse, you can address that, and then I think we can wrap up this part and then move on to the next.
On the beneficial reuse and the water, the magnitude of that number is not lost on us at all. It is very important that we try to reduce the amount of water that we are wasting. So we I hear you. We have it for action, and we'll continue to move forward with responding to. I appreciate that the Department of Health provided in their letter a path forward this morning. I look forward to taking very quick action to address their concerns. Sir.
Okay, so we're perfect on time at this point. I'd like to wrap up this part of the agenda with a fairly brief presentation on the Community Representation Initiative. And would that be Amy Miller? Amy, I'm going to give you a wireless mic so you can walk out. It might be clearer. You want to do that? I think people will be able to see and hear you much better.
How about if I just stand?
Okay,
I'm
that's
sorry.
good enough. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. So I'm just going to give a brief update on the Community Representation Initiative. Next slide. So the Community Representation Initiative is an effort that the Navy and DLA, with support from EPA, has established. Under this Community Representation Initiative, it consists of a group of 10 individuals. It is not an oversight board, but rather it is it allows for the public a seat at the table to have two-way dialogue with the agencies and with Navy and DLA. It is a tenet of environmental justice and a belief of the EPA that members of the community that are affected by agency decisions should be meaningfully involved in the decision-making process. The Community Representation Initiative was written into the 2023 Administrative Consent Order and was established as a result of public comments received while developing the 2023 Consent Order. The EPA facilitated the formation of the group by hosting an initial information and scoping meeting, nominations, and voting session. Now that the Community Representation Initiative group is formed, EPA will work alongside the Community Representation Group to ensure that EPA, Navy, and DLA and other state and federal agencies are engaged with and considering their comments. Next slide. The 10 members of the CRI were selected during an open vote on September 16th. The first official meeting of the CRI, EPA, and Navy and DLA was on October 5th. The agenda items for the first meeting were defueling and safety measures relating to defueling. The next CRI meeting will occur tomorrow, November 16th, at the Office of Hawaiian Affairs Boardroom. It's 560 North Nimitz Highway, Unit 200 in Honolulu. So far, the CRI has contributed to improvements in transparency. For example, they have recommended that the air monitoring results be publicly available. They have also let us know about drinking water complaints, and we at EPA have investigated and discussed those with the Navy. We value the contributions and the new ideas of the CRI brings to the table and look forward to continuing to build a strong working relationship with all of the individuals involved. Thank you.
Okay, let's open it up to any questions that FTAC members, committee members have. So quick show of hands, anybody up? Erwin, and then online, I'd just like to know if any of the online FTAC members have a question. Okay, Ashley will be there too. Okay, Erwin, why don't you go ahead?
Okay, thank you. This question is for Amy. Amy, you know, you had mentioned that the CRI had brought to your EPA's attention, you know, complaints of the on the water. Wouldn't those kind of set the tone to continue to doing the monitoring on base? Because the monitoring sounds like it's going to end pretty soon after some period of time, after it reaches completing a certain number of samples. So if there are still, complaints or concerns coming from residents on base about the water, then shouldn't that mean that the monitoring should continue?
So when the Community Representation Initiative raised these concerns, we specifically asked for details, and we were fortunate enough to have a drinking water inspector on island who immediately went and investigated and worked closely with the Department of Health in those investigations. We are still, our investigation continues. We are working very closely with the Navy to understand their complaint process and the process that they go through when they receive complaints, take samples, and what follow-up actions. So until we complete that, I can't really comment further. But as Corrine had mentioned, we will evaluate what next steps need to be taken.
Okay, yeah, thank you, because even if the water currently serving Joint Base Pearl Harbor is served by Waiawa Shaft, 6 miles away, that pipeline was exposed to the water from Red Hill Shaft when it was contaminated. So that pipeline is still the original pipeline that went through that experience, that exposure.
That's correct. And that's part of the 2023 consent order, was to ensure that we had a resilient drinking water system. There are requirements within the order that requires the Navy to enhance their maintenance and also put plans in place. And the whole purpose of the long-term monitoring plan is to monitor the system to make sure there isn't any unexpected contaminants still within the drinking water system.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Ashley?
Okay, I guess this is like kind of a follow-up to my question about how much influence or sway will the public and, by extension, of course, CRI will have, and it's related anyway. And that is like, to the 2 links that you provided where you can see more information on the CRI, will there be included information on like what the CRI and the meetings with the Navy, DOH, EPA, will there be like detailed, like this is what we covered, this is what we discussed, and this is what DOH, Navy, and EPA will do as a result of, CRI bringing this up to us, and this is the result? Because I want to see that. I want to see like actual, like this is what we're taking into account, and this is the result of it, and just actually like transparency about the process.
Thank you for your comment, and I want to call on Dominique Smith if you want to just discuss what is there on the website.
You'll have to switch that microphone on.
Hi, everybody. My name is Dominique Smith. I'm the Environmental Justice Coordinator for Red Hill for EPA Region 9. After every meeting with the CRI, it's in the order that the Navy needs to create a summary of what's discussed in those meetings and post it on their website. And so you can look on the Navy's website. I think it's the Navy Region Hawaii website that has those summaries after every meeting. There's only been one so far, and our meeting tomorrow will also have the summaries online. The CRI is also keeping track of every question that they pose to the EPA and to DLA and to the Navy, and so for transparency, they are tracking those questions and marking them as complete once we provide responses to them. Thank you.
Thank you, Dominique. And, as I said before, yes, it's great that, you guys are tracking down what exactly is being discussed. But, and I know it's just been the first meeting so far, but in the future, like, I want to see, like, not just what did we discuss, but has that actually been followed up on, and how was it followed up on? And this is the result of it, I want to see that. So that's more of a comment than a question, I guess. But yeah, want to highlight that.
Okay, thank you. Do we have any other questions from the FTAC members up on the stage? And any other hands for the FTAC members online? Okay, well, this is almost perfect timing. Actually, we're a little ahead of time, which is great. So let's wrap up this part of the session. Take a 10-minute break. Let's be back here at 3:30, and we'll start with the public Q&A. I want to remind everybody, if you're in the room here, you have to sign up so we know what the list looks like. I haven't seen the list yet, but that helps us manage it. If you are online and you raised your hand and you changed your mind, you don't want to ask a question anymore, please lower your hand because it'll help us manage that as well. Final suggestion is if you're intending to ask a question, you might want to have a backup one or two just in case it was already asked by somebody who was ahead of you in line. Then you don't feel like you just wasted your time. So everybody enjoy your break. Okay, thank you. We're about ready to start the second part of it. So let me just walk you through a couple of logistical things so you know what to expect. We have people in person who wish to make comments or questions, and we have some online. And the way we worked it out is that we're going to go one in person and then one online and then back one in person again. It actually helps because there's less dead time when we're bringing somebody online into audio. And for the people in the room, the microphone over there is where you should come up. And we've got some seats, not that there's a shortage of seats, but we've got some seats conveniently over there that are reserved for people who are going to be speaking. I'll call them in the order that they signed up on. The only thing to check, and Miranda is going to help a little bit with time management. Miranda, if you could check to make sure that that microphone is on. I think it's got a switch.
Hello?
Yep, live and good. Okay, good. So what we've asked Miranda to do is help us with just a little bit of time management. So we're asking if everybody could try to keep their questions or comments to about 2 minutes. That's kind of standard, as you know, in most public meetings. And Miranda will just give you a sign when you got about 30 seconds left. It's yellow. And then as you're closing in on 2 minutes, she'll give red. Obviously, if you have questions for the people seated on stage, number one, if you could make it clear as to who you're asking the question of, that would help very much. And of course, the 2 minutes are not included in their response. It's just in your posing of the question. So with that in mind, let's start first with Manuel. I'm sorry, the writing is a little faint for me. Ocolelos. I hope I haven't mispronounced that.
How are you, Mr. Mattson?
Thank you.
How's
Fine,
Mr. Adler doing?
Good.
Tell him Manny said hi.
Okay, will do.
The first time I participated in this forum was online with Mr. Adler.
Yeah.
And the only times they bring Mr. Adler is when there's some really bad things going on, right? You know that, right? You know that, right?
He's a mentor.
No.
Yeah.
I want you to know that.
Yeah.
So having said that, I'm here today because from the events of 9/11 onto APEC, I was an advisor for the County of Maui for HAIMA. And I was invited by the University of Hawaii because you know how they have these underwater drones? And they found a submersible off of Pearl Harbor. and they wanted to show it to some of us. And while they're sharing this about this Japanese submarine, when everybody's looking at over here, I'm looking over here. And so Admiral Wade, Admiral Barrett, you're gonna love this. You know how I found out about Red Hill? When everybody's talking about this submarine, I says, gentlemen, I wanna know what is that over there. Because if I'm flying in my helicopter like with Tom Hoffman and I'm looking down, it looks like, you know how you dump trucks with the dirt and you're lining them up? And they didn't want to tell me because it was classified at the time. But that came from Red Hill. You know that, sir?
No.
That's how I got introduced to Red Hill. Okay, gentlemen? And because, Ms. Lau, I came to listen to you speak. And I hope every person that's being paid for by this funding heard what she had to say. Because Admiral, like I told you, I tip my hat to you. If Inouye was alive, I would tell him, make you the next CEO. But I'm going to tell the SecDef, thank you. You did your part. I'm going to tell, the guy that the national security spokesperson, Mr. Kirby, Mr. Wade did his job. And I applaud you. How you, Brother Khalil? Yeah? Because when this happened, if you want something done that's never been done before, you got to do something you've never done. So when this happened, my daughter was watching TV and she said, Dad, don't you work for the United States Navy? Aren't you a quality assurance manager at Pearl Harbor? What you going to do about this kid's crying? So I did, Admirals, what I've never done before. I spoke in front of the county council. I spoke in front of the Department of Education because all those schools were being affected and they were eating pizzas and chicken nuggets. I got invited to the HSTA. In fact, I spoke at the Commission on Water Resource Management. First time ever. No, cut me off.
I'm not.
How are you, Mr. Irwin? Good. The mere fact that some of you got to ask questions in this forum that you should already know the answers makes me concerned. But what really pissed me off today is when that EPA lady in D.C. says, 2024, we need to extend that. So you tell Kathleen Ho, ma'am, you in charge of her? To Auntie Kathleen Ho, man, he said, I came to extend that thing beyond that, sir. Sorry, I'm pointing at you, sir. Extend that thing, that surveillance. Yeah? Miss Ma'am, Nakupuna. I ran the biggest Native Hawaiian 8A company, and what you presented to me kind of hurt tonight. Miss Lau, you said it all. Okay? But Mr. Wade, walk out over here proudly. Let them take care of the rest. Because I go Ford Island every day past you guys' building just to see how you guys doing. And at Bravo Pier, I'm looking on the ships, making sure that they're ready to be put fuel inside. But I'm here because I care. I don't want my kids to gotta suffer. So my grandma's house, sir, was the headquarters for the Protect Kaho'olawe Ohana to stop the bombing of Kaho'olawe. So you, Dr. Mao, is like the Dr. Aluli of Red Hill, and you are doing it. I'm proud of you. And like how they sent me, sir, to Vieques to go stop the bombing. Rebecca, you can attest to that. Okay? But there's a lot of love here, sir. Hey, I chose to be here, not online, easy, what I working. I losing maybe $400 an hour of what I get paid. I just exaggerating, hyperbole, but just sharing. I chose to be here. So you go and, I don't know, maybe had 45 guys when sign up, How much guys didn't sign up? 30?
I haven't looked at the whole list
Yeah, you only
yet,
get 4, trust me, you only get 4.
Yeah.
Okay?
But
the love is there. Admiral, Frankie Peterson Jr., never gonna forget that story. EPA, how you doing, ma'am? I'm watching you tightly. Okay? But we care. Because if you think, yeah, Manuel, you don't want the money to take care of this radio, yeah? Where you gonna find the money to take care of our water with Lahaina going on, right, brother? And all the money that's happening, all these things that will happen, it hurts. So we gotta hold each other accountable until this thing done. And when it's done, Rebecca, then we can go fly that helicopter that I promised you about. Okay,
Thank you very
sir.
much. Thank you. Okay, let's move to the first online speaker, and that will be Walter Chun. So Walter, they're going to bring you up, and hopefully you'll be visible, but certainly have your microphone on. It's Dave? Oh, I'm sorry. I see a different lineup here. Okay, I'm sorry.
Okay.
Dave Molnick's first.
Yes, thank you so much. First, Admiral Wade, very commendable of you. The military pretty much let us know that they didn't care about us at all. They had no concern for us at all. They were concerned with national security, which did not include the people of Hawaii. And today, you showed that someone in the military actually does care about the people of Hawaii. And I just want to commend you and thank you for that. I know that was hard for you and maybe not protocol, but it really showed that someone does care, and I just want to appreciate that. The other thing is, Admiral Wade, if you would just, there's a culture in the military when from the very beginning, we were told national security, and that was protecting the asset, and they didn't care if we drank fluid, that would contaminate and give us cancer and, make people sick. As long as they protected the asset, that was called national security. And the people of Hawaii were secondary to that. And I just hope that you can get across to the military, because all across the country, there are scores of places where the military has contaminated drinking water and contaminated land and air, and they just move on. They don't do anything to clean it up. And we are national security. We are the asset you're supposed to be protecting. And I hope you can get across to the Department of the Navy and to the military in general that they really should be focusing on us first. We are the priority for national security, and not protecting their asses, protecting their assets. What good is an asset if you don't have the people there, you're protecting the people with it? So I just want to just send that. I don't know how the culture of the military can change, because right now they're contaminating places all over the place. They're not cleaning up. They're not notifying people. What happened here is standard operating procedure for the military to not let us know, not protect us, to try to cover it up, to hide it. And you've helped cut through that. And I hope that message can get through the military to change that culture and look to protect the people first, rather than protecting weapon systems or whatever it is. So I don't know if you can do about that. This is my question to you, and just thank you so much.
Okay, thank you, Dave. I don't know if you have any response, Admiral Wade?
Well, first of all, Sir Manny, and also Sir Dave, I'm humbled by your comments, but I do want to just make sure everyone understands we still have more work to do, and I just want to stay focused on the mission at hand. But I am truly humbled by your comments. That means a lot to me and my team. For Dave, I have committed to communicate regularly up through the chain of command, through Admiral Aquilino, my boss, to the Secretary of Defense, what we've learned here in this mission. And, mistakes were made. And I think it's important that the Department of Defense writ large, the enterprise, see that we as an organization need to have the humility to admit when mistakes are made, and then to have the courage to make changes, and then to adjust going forward. So my commitment is to, hopefully at a tactical level here, what we're doing can have impact operationally and strategically, not only in the Pacific, but globally. and that's my commitment. So that's all I can say, but I am communicating that, and I think it's important. You know, when you look at national security, we in the military, wherever bases are, whether here in Hawaii or in the continental U.S., other locations overseas, we've got to be better stewards in the environment. I did a lot of self-study before I took this job. Dave, what you said is true. There's areas in the United States, Okinawa, I can go on. So I think it's important, and especially in today's world, how complex it is, and where we need to deter and prevent conflicts, we could have prosperity. It's important that we have the support of the people in and around the bases. And so, long story short, I intend to keep pressing this message through our chain of command, so thank you.
Okay, thank you. We're going to go next to Walter Chun. Walter, apologies, we didn't skip over you. I didn't realize there was somebody else who was already queued up when we were originally going to go to you. So, Walter, if you could make yourself visible, if you can, and audible. Sorry, there's a little lag time usually when bringing people on. Yeah, Walter, we're asking you to unmute if you can hear. There you are.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay, great. Thank you. I apologize. I don't know what happened there. But I had a question and maybe more of a comment regarding the CRI and also kind of in response to Ashley's comments or questions about the CRI. I'm a member of the CRI, and we've been at it over a month now. And we've asked over 100 questions, and we have not been able to get most of them answered. So I don't really have a question other than in the future, as the CRI proceeds, especially when we go into the closure plans, there's a lot of activity. We will probably have a lot of questions and comments, and we would appreciate getting timely and full responses from the Navy and EPA as well. So that was my comment. My question is for Captain Sullivan. Your slide shows 7,800 samples were taken, and we don't know what was tested. What did you test for, and then how does the results of your sample, all this sampling for the water samples, how does it relate to the health effects that are being reported by the military families? So even though the levels are shown with no exceedances or minimal or non-detected, whatever you're showing it to, there are health effects that are occurring with the families, but they are being ignored, or they feel like they're being ignored. How will you be able to relate all of the sample data, the long-term monitoring data, and comparing it to the health effects of the military families?
So this is Captain Sullivan. So in response to the 300 samples we've done so far, all of those samples are collected in accordance with the long-term monitoring plan, which lays out every single analyte that needs to be tested. The Safe Waters website, we're open to feedback for how we can improve it, but the dashboard that we've created, when you click on, if your resident were one of those sampled, when you click on that DAT, it will give you every single analyte that was sampled and what those results are. Now, all of those samples, we comply with the drinking water standards that are provided by the DOH and the EPA, and all of them are tested in accordance with that. When it comes to making sure that we are taking care of the military community, that is a very, very high priority. And that is why we've established, again, going back to if there are any concerns and you would like us to come out there, we will come out and sample your water immediately. We'll do the rapid response as well as we'll get you on the long-term monitoring to provide you with those results.
I'm sorry, that wasn't my question. What I had asked was, with all of the data that you have collected so far, and all the information that you have about the water and what's in the, whatever the contaminants are in the water, how does that relate to the complaints from military families regarding their health effects? So even though the water samples come out right, and I'm not challenging whether or not you collected them in accordance with the EPA or DOH standards, what I'm saying is with that data, how are you comparing it to the health effects so that we can determine what is causing all of the health effects for the military families? All this data doesn't help military families who as recently as last month are reporting health effects due to their water.
Sir, this is Admiral Barnett. It's good to see you again. What I'll tell you is that's a question that we have our data out there, but that's a question that I will have to get with DHA in the Defense Health folks about, because that's more in their lane as far as taking the data and then attributing it to the actual concerns that our family members have. So I can get with DHA on that and we can get that information up.
Okay, we have somebody from DHA here who wants to address the question as well.
Testing?
Yep.
Yeah. Yeah, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Colonel John O. I'm Chief of Occupational and Environmental Health Division at Defense Health Agency, DHA, Public Health. I think many of you have heard of Defense Health Agency. It operates the military medical treatment facilities, so where people get their health care. Where I work actually is over in the Washington, D.C. area, and I work more on the public health side. We are definitely tracking that, some people who are exposed to the JP5 or were at risk for exposure to the JP5 experience either new symptoms, worsening symptoms, or persistent symptoms. We know that it's very frustrating for families. And I think I can share some of that frustration, with the community. And I think we feel very bad that people are experiencing these symptoms. I think we're continuing to try to examine why people may be feeling ill. I think the persistence of some of these symptoms actually prompted CDC, ATSDR, Agency for Toxic Substances and Disease Registry, a year ago to actually recommend a registry. And so that is something that DHA, we're working very closely with CDC, ATSDR on planning out an independent Red Hill registry that can help examine why it is that people may be continuing to experience some problems. That planning is ongoing right now, and we're going to be looking forward to sharing additional details as that occurs. I would also say that I think it's important that we bring in outside experts. We're very interested in having an independent consensus study report looking at why would it be that people continue to have problems. We'll continue to look at some of the reported problems. There are many different either symptoms or conditions, and it's been difficult, frankly, to try to put it all together in some sort of unifying theory of what may be going on. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. You can hold on to that over there. That microphone is for the staff over there to use if there's questions. Thank you very much, Walter. Okay, we're going to go back to the live audience here, and I'd like to ask Susan Vicola Davis to go up to the microphone over there. She has some chart that she wanted to. You have to turn it on. No, you have to turn it on. The other one's already on. You can use that. If you want to take it off the podium, you can walk around with it.
Hello? I didn't really want to be that loud. I spent 3 days or more because I had to do some brain work first. And I know you can't see everything, and I will have it for the CRI meeting tomorrow. And I can walk you through it, okay? We started out, I hate to say this, but in 2017, the environmental action levels got changed. And as we progressed through the years, and unfortunately Ernie isn't here, but Erwin knows, the methodology of developing the environmental action levels have changed. And so that causes a lot of consternation with those that have gotten ill when they look at the numbers and the samples come back and it says non-detect. So that's just a point about some of the problems that those people that are getting sick don't understand how their water is not contaminated by the samples that you're picking, that you're taking, okay? So I'm speaking as a single person, not for anybody else but myself. I got chewed out for that the last time. In the middle here, every place that you see the yellows, those are all exceedances on the wells, and I listed the wells here from May 2nd to October 20th. These are all exceedances, and it tells you what chemicals were found. And the point of this is that we're getting exceedances in the wells. There's a well. Now we get down here, and I put yellow here. I don't know if you can see it, but these are all the wells that relate to these right here. Does that matter? I'm sorry you can't see it. I should bring Erwin over here. So then we have the air monitors. And I did ask you the last time if we could get the readings. And I'm very familiar with the website. I love it. It doesn't make a lot of sense sometimes because you don't explain enough for a civilian to be able to understand it. But these arrows here are yellow indicators of anything that doesn't have less than 0.1. These are the air monitors. Here and here are the same dates or around the same dates that these customer complaints came in. Is it correlated? I don't know. I'm just sharing with you what I'm finding on your website that I don't understand. And if I came over here and said, this is Onizuka, and these are AMR, okay? I don't know where you got your complaints from. I don't know if it correlates again, and I will have it tomorrow at the CRI if you want to look at it. The point is that something's happening. It's not up to me to say. It's not up to me to say anything about Waiava and the water coming from there. That's not my business. My business is just to find stuff and talk about it. So I'm going to go to the medical advisory that Diana Felton put out on March 11th. It's a 3-pager. It actually has prevented those that got exposed from getting health care. It went out to every provider in Hawaii that basically was telling them that we cannot test for TPH. That's not what the people were asking for. They had the symptoms. They should have been able to get care based on the symptoms. I'm not a doctor, but I care. Why do I think it's a self-fulfilling prophecy right here. I found this on somebody's page. It's the maximum and average diesel range detections from May of 2021 all the way till April of 2021. Now, if that doesn't tell you something about why people are sick, those are all TPH, diesel range detections. I don't need a PhD to tell you that there's something happening with these people. I don't want to walk away today and not speak as a person that cares. They need help. I don't care about a registry or whatever you just said, sir. It's been a year and a half, and they have not gotten the help that they need. And as far as the clinic, all it is a delay for these people. They need specialty care. A lot of them are on the mainland, and they can't get help either. So for me, I think of myself as, what if I was in the same position and it was my child or my mom or my dad? And I'm not trying to make anybody feel bad, not you all at all, because you didn't do anything. You're trying to fix it. What I'm trying to say is from this point forward, people should be getting health care. Okay. Don't just dangle that we are going to be working on a registry. They don't even care about a registry.
Can I interrupt for just a sec? Would you like to have a response?
No.
Because
Nope.
you're asking a lot of questions.
I'm not asking any questions. I'm making statements. That's it.
Okay, so I'd like to please ask you if you could wrap up because we're
I
trying
have
to
one
make
more
sure
thing
we
to
get-
say.
Okay, please.
Sir, Captain Sullivan, your rapid response team, you have a turnaround time of 1 day on island, fantastic. Then you follow up and you send it to the mainland, and it usually takes about 14 days. We've heard this ever since November 21st. When you get the initial results from the 1 day, are they posted somewhere so that when you get the results from the 14-day, you kind of look at them and see, how's our sampling doing? How's our testing doing? Are we close? Is the 1 day working?
Okay.
That's a question.
Okay, so let's get a response from him, and then we'll move on to the next speaker.
Yes, ma'am, thank you. For the 1 day, it's actually much quicker than 1 day. It's normally within a matter of a couple hours. But it is just a rapid test that is, it is a detection, is in, there is a detection or not. We don't get a numeric reading that comes from that, but we do immediately take a separate sample that goes back to the mainland. So the resident is immediately notified when we get that result. We'll take the sample, we'll go run those results and immediately notify. We are also posting that on the website within the calls.
Now, you know I'm not talking about the 1 day. I'm talking about when it comes back after 14 days.
Those results are also posted, ma'am.
And you will see the initial rapid test, and then...
I don't think that that might be something that I can work to make sure it is more clearly visible, that you see the 1 day result on the same format so it is clear. That could be something we can do to improve the site.
Are you to be at the CRI tomorrow?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you get me the make and model of the air monitor? The reason I'm asking is because the last time we talked, we're trying to find out why we have to wait for the results. You only show them by day, but there's no way for you to tell me if something happened at 12 noon, I'm not going to know till the next day, which goes back to the communication plan that was due out. Did you guys get the communication plan down?
In the interest of time, I'd like to ask Dr. O, he did want to respond to one thing you had said earlier, and then I'd appreciate it. We'd like to move on to the next speaker. Do you have a response?
Communication plan.
Well, not for the communication.
Remember, we're going to have a communication plan, so if something in the air monitors kind of triggered, that you'd have a way to let people know?
Yes, ma'am. We have a way that if it gets above a certain threshold, or if there's an emergency or declared an emergency, then we have the whole laundry list of ways that we would communicate with the community.
Okay.
Okay.
And the detection, can you add that to your website so we know if it hits a certain number? Because there's some kind of large numbers here. How would we know? I'm looking at it as a public entity, and I'm trying to figure out what is the threshold.
Yes,
Because
ma'am.
it says less than 1.0.
Correct. So for if there is an incident where we would get immediate notification if it hits 14 parts per million.
Thank you.
And 14 parts per million, that is based, there isn't a solid threshold, but we base that off of, it's the National Institute for Occupational Safety and Health.
That's sufficient.
That is the number that we utilize. It's
Perfect.
much more conservative than the number they use, but we get notified if we were to receive that. The numbers that you are seeing on the website, while they're above 0, I think the highest one is 2.5. 9? Let me verify, but
Okay,
but
so-
14 is the threshold for when we would be notified.
Okay.
I'd like to turn it over to Dr. O. He wanted to respond to something I think that was raised
Yes,
earlier,
ma'am. Thank
and
you
then
for
we'll
your
go to the next
question. You
speaker.
said that.
Thank you, Admiral Barnett, and thank you, Captain Sullivan. And thank you, sir.
Ma'am, you said that people need health care. 100% agree. 100%. Let me tell you that we have consulted with medical toxicologists and environmental medicine physicians within DOD, within CDC, the VA, and academic health centers. Because I think we have the humility to understand that we don't understand completely what are the long-term health effects of the JP5 exposure, and we don't understand, as I mentioned before, why it is that people continue to experience symptoms right now. So I think 100% agree that we need to have, health care. Now, I'm going to put on my physician hat, my doctor hat. In my experience, when caring for patients that have complex medical symptoms or conditions, the most important factor is to have a strong working partnership with a doctor. If you don't have that, it can be very, very frustrating for a patient. And so what I would invite all patients who are continuing to experience symptoms is to work to try to establish that type of a partnership with their doctor. If you don't feel you can get a strong partnership, get a new doctor. Because we need to work at this together. We need to work together to try to find out what may be causing these persistent symptoms. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. You can hold on to that microphone. So I'd like to move to the next online speaker, Tara Sutton. Oh, I'm sorry. I don't know why it's not showing up in my queue. I'm sorry, Tara, if you could hold on for a sec. Amanda is actually the next one in line.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can.
Okay. I'd like to start with just a quick demonstration, and I'd appreciate it if we could point the camera to the stage. Quick question. If there is anyone on the stage tonight that bathes on a daily basis in cold water or bathes their children in cold water, could you please raise your hand so that we could see? I'll wait for just another second or two. So from what I can see from my side, it doesn't look like a single person has raised their hand. Is that correct?
I'm not sure if your audio cut out, but we can't hear you anymore.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. So with that demonstration being done and not a single person raised their hand about bathing every single day in cold water or bathing their children in cold water. Admiral Wade, you talked a lot about people being our most valuable resource, and I completely agree with you. Dr. O, you have talked a lot about how bad you feel that people are having the certain symptoms that they're having, can't figure out why. But I would submit to both of you gentlemen that military leadership is turning a blatant blind eye and ignoring the most obvious cause. If none of you bathe in cold water, then I would like to ask, why is it that of the 7,000 tests that you have taken, none of them have been hot water tests? People aren't getting rashes and horrific burns on their body from bathing in cold water. When you're only testing cold water, you are completely bypassing the hot water heaters. I sat in a meeting last night with the Joint Base Pearl Harbor Hickam town hall, right? And we talked about how much money we've gotten and what we're using this money for budgeting, right? Several folks in the chat were asking about replacement of hot water heaters. Replacement of hot water heaters was also addressed in the Hawaii Department of Health exposure report about how a person had all these rashes, they tested the hot water heater, they replaced it, and then the rashes went away. Last night in that town hall, we talked about what we were using that water for. We're using it for curb appeal. We're using the money for base beautification. Things like brown spots, our golf courses not being green enough. We're using it to fill potholes, to fix fences. When you have everyone in the chat talking about replacing hot water heater, the most basic thing that you could do, you're not testing them, you're not replacing them. Admiral Wade, you also mentioned how you all are doing everything in accordance with state and federal statutes and regulations and guidelines. I'd like to ask, could you point any of us to the statute, regulation, or guideline that directs the Navy to only test cold water?
Okay, so we can stop there and we can take a response to that question.
Ms. Feint, I understand your concern. You've mentioned these issues at multiple venues. I have passed those concerns up to the Department of Defense. They are policy issues. You asked about state and federal laws. I can talk to you how they pertain to defueling. That's the purview of my mission. You've asked about appliances. You've asked about testing. That's more appropriate for Admiral Barnett, who's responsible for the base in the region, so I'll turn it over to him.
Thank you, Admiral. Major Feint, I'll tell you that the flushing protocol was agreed to by the Interagency Drinking Water System team, and that was a team that was formed with the regulators. We are following the protocols that were designated in that process.
Okay. Let's go to our next in-person speaker, Lono H.
Hello?
Yep.
Okay. I'm reading from the EPA, our mission and what we do. The mission of the EPA is to protect human health and environment. 4 of the bullet points, EPA work to ensure that Americans have clean water, clean air, clean land. Federal laws protecting human health and the environment are administered and enforced fairly, effectively, and as Congress intended. All parts of society, communities, individuals, businesses, state, local, tribal governments have access to accurate information sufficient to effectively participate in managing human health and environmental risk, and chemicals in the marketplace are reviewed for safety. So also on the website, it says that you folks do surveillance and response, right? a couple things that concern me is this, according to SCR number 73, the spills have been going on since 1949. So have you not been surveilling all this time? And even with the 2015 agreement of consent, what was done after that? Because there was clear issues, concerns, even by the Navy Inspector General, the Navy Supply Systems Command, Diana Smith, in 2019, where minor leaks are not being cleaned up and fixed, required annual spill prevention training wasn't happening. And that was for Oahu and Kauai Pacific Missile Range facility, right? And then in 2021, Navy Inspector General, Lieutenant Commander, was given information from Lieutenant Commander Shannon Bensk, and she was made to go away. So I don't understand, I guess maybe other people do, on when you don't want to make a unilateral consent. Why is that? Where you found that safety, no operating safety training program, this is in the 2023 consent order. There were shortcomings in the maintenance, inadequate operation, record keeping. This is baseline things. So what are you doing in the EPA? There's no surveillancing that seems to be happening. And it clearly states in the Emergency Planning and Community Right to Know Act that all levels of government are required to follow this. And there's clear explanations on fees that are applied.
Okay.
You were also, my question is, did you notify OSHA and Department of Labor about these findings on failure to make sure they were trained properly? Title 29 Code of Federal Regulations, Section 1910, 1200, is standard for them to get safety data sheets, and those clearly identify health problems. Those are for the people who work there and the people who are exposed. So my question is, you know, there's Title 40, Right to Know Act, all these laws, and it gets recited to us on and on that that's what's being followed, but it doesn't seem to be true.
Okay,
So,
could we pause there and have a response?
Yes.
So, and that's for the EPA, correct?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you for your question regarding the enforcement and compliance of rules and regulations. So first off, I just want to say we do have a team that does go out and inspect. The laws and statutes put in place responsibilities on facilities to comply with those laws. Our job at EPA is to go out and routinely monitor and also follow up on complaints. We work with state agencies like the Department of Health, who have been given the authority to enforce many of the federal regulations. And so they also go out and inspect. And when we do find non-compliances, we take enforcement action. Our recent settlement, the reason we have an order on consent is it allows for us to, if there is non-compliance, seek stipulated penalties, and in addition, afford for us other measures like the Community Representation Initiative. We are inspecting, and in fact, we have staff on site during defueling. This is more than we've ever had in any circumstance because we understand the risk here, and we are very committed to oversee this work. Thank you.
Okay, let's go back online. Thank you to Tara Sutton. I believe she's probably already queued up and ready.
Hello. So I'm going to beat the dead horse because my question is about the water heaters. I have never asked this question, so please answer my question as if no one has asked it. Don't blow me off. But Captain Sullivan, I am not a water expert and I am not a chemist, but why can't we take water from the water heater or even drain the water heater and look at the sediment that's built up in the bottom and actually test that? There's, an exceptional amount of confidence in the Navy leadership about the positive or the negative results that will come from the sinks, that, that we will have a no, that the water coming from the sinks are going to have a no detect. So I know you guys will have the same confidence that water or, any jelly substance in the bottom of the water heaters will also have a no detect. And you're already spending the money on the testing. And even if you have to send it out to the, continent, I almost said lower 48, I'm from Alaska. But whatever, why can't we do that? The confidence is there in the Navy. The confidence that needs to be there is us who still live on the water line, who still have symptoms, and also are still bathing in this water. And it's us who you want to build trust with. So that's one question, and I still have 2 minutes. So someone write that down. That's to you, Captain Sullivan. I would also like to address Dr. O. I appreciate everybody who is raising questions and concerns and making statements about health. As an affected community member, I've been living in the same house since on Hickam since 2019, and I personally have seen a massive change in my migraines and just certain cognitive abilities since I came here, and as well as asthma. And having moved from Alaska to here, and there's huge differences obviously in climate and everything else. But then I also went from living off of a well to living on a military installation. And so some of the things that I have heard stated by Dr. O, you said you're looking into it. It's been difficult. There's a registry trying to be created. I can imagine it is difficult because I haven't seen anybody trying to reach out to me, telling me, hey, come, we'll do testing. So yeah, it would be very difficult to look into symptoms if no one's asking to talk to me about it, right? And then I also heard the statement, we don't understand long-term health impacts of people who have ingested jet fuel. Well, I know a lot of people who are walking bodies of data. Why are there no empirical studies happening? You can definitely understand some impacts.
Can I ask you to pause there so we can get some responses to your questions?
I would like my whole 2 minutes, so as long as you come back to me and I can finish saying what I want to say.
Okay, because what happens is when a lot of questions come out, sometimes they
That's
forget.
fine, go ahead.
They forget,
So-
what the question is. So if we can
Go ahead.
quickly give Captain Sullivan, if you want to add anything on the hot water.
Let's go with Dr. Sullivan, or Captain Sullivan.
Yeah.
Okay, good afternoon. Following up on the discussion on the water, the hot water heaters and the testing. So with all of our LTM, all testing that we do, we have to follow very, very strictly and very closely all testing protocol that involves cold water. But as following the last few weeks of discussion, following the CRI discussion, we are in discussion right now at the EPA to try to figure out, EPA and the DOH, to figure out what additional testing we could do. Look for biological growth. Look for temperature to make sure that we're not fostering an environment that would grow that. So we are in those discussions right now. But when it comes to formal testing protocol, that is what we have to follow and have been following. But we are absolutely interested in trying to figure out what it is that is going on. And those discussions with the DOH and the EPA are in progress right now. We don't have a firm resolution or a way forward established yet, but it is something we're actively working. But it is very, very important that we can't deviate from approved standard processes, and that's what we've been doing for all of the LTM. And testing the hot water
I would be
is out
happy
of
to
sight.
turn my water heater off for a full 24 hours and let it get cold, and then you can come and dig into my water heater and do everything. You know what I'm saying? there's sediment that builds up in the bottom of a water heater, and that's going to be collected, and it's going to keep things that have been there from the, you know what I'm saying?
I do, I understand.
Okay.
Yeah. So, I mean, if you want cold water, that can happen from the water heater.
Correct. In the process, it is more than just the temperature of the water. It's the
Okay.
methods and procedures for which you withdraw
Yeah.
that water has to be followed in strict adherence to the processes. So, but
I understand.
But we do hear you. We hear the concern, and we are working with the regulators right now to figure out, outside of those processes being established or procedures established, what can we do to look at the issue that you and Major Fint and others have been bringing forward?
Okay.
Okay, and I would just ask that urgency please be there.
Understand.
It's been 2 years. Like, I understand maybe the conversation's newly arisen to you, but it hasn't for us.
Understand, ma'am.
Let's ask Dr. O to respond to the second part of what you asked earlier.
Yes, thank you, Ms. Sutton. So I want to talk a little bit more about the long-term health effects. I said that we don't understand what are the long-term health effects from the JP5 fuel exposure, and I think that's just a reality, and I know that's unsettling, but I think we have to have the humility to not try to, say anything other than the truth. You also mentioned, I think, as a public health researcher, the importance of empirical data collection, and again, I agree with that wholeheartedly. That's partly why I think we're really trying to work on this independent Red Hill registry. Just to review what an environmental exposure registry is, the definition that ATSDR has is that an environmental exposure registry is a system of ongoing follow-up of individuals who are exposed to environmental hazards. And I think that if we can get the registry going, we will have the backbone to be able to do the types of studies through periodic questionnaires, health assessments, et cetera, to answer these questions. In terms of a lot of different symptoms and conditions people are experiencing right now, we thought about, are we dealing with something that is an entirely novel problem? Something analogous to Persian Gulf War syndrome or something like that. The other question is that, are we seeing more higher risk of certain conditions compared with a comparison population? And I think we're looking at both of them. Part of this is that we're looking to see if any physicians or if there's any, if people are seeing anything that might constitute a case series. A case series is a series of, either medical problems or problems that seem to be, clustered in time and space. We're also going to look at, seeing if, through some cohort studies to see if the risk of certain conditions in the Red Hill population might be greater than a comparison population. So I know people want answers. We want to, try to come up with these as quickly as we can. Again, I think it behooves to the importance of trying to, make sure that we're partnering and we're working together. I will say that, I know there are a number of health questions. One of the things that's really important that I've been trying to push is the need for greater communication with the Red Hill community of persons who are exposed. And so we do have e-updates. I think many of you probably got e-update number 3 today. We have 38,000 subscribers, and happy to share with others how to subscribe to e-updates. We only deal with Red Hill Health, so if you're coming, expecting us to discuss closure or defueling or anything else, no, it's 100% just health. We also have an org box that people are are open to send emails to us, dha.redhill@health.mil. And either I or a member of our team will take a look at that. We're actually planning to have a public webinar just to talk about Red Hill health effects, because I know there are a lot of questions, and I think a lot of the discussion we had tonight can be addressed there. I think we tentatively have that scheduled for January 9th. It'll be after the Christmas holiday. And then finally, we have a Red Hill Health website. It just opened up today, and I'm sorry, but the URL is really long, and the search engine optimization has not worked yet. But again, I'm happy to share that, with the FTAC, as well. So, anyways, we hope to continue to work with the community. I think one of the things, if we can maybe try to crowdsource some of this and work together and try to come up with some answers, I think that probably be, I think it'll work to the benefit of everyone.
Okay, thank you very much. You can hold on to that again. Okay,
Dr.
let's
O,
go
the
into...
last thing that I was wanting to say to
sorry.
you before
we really
before
do
we were
need to go to the
redirected
next
was
speaker.
that you mentioned we needed to develop strong relationships with our doctors. But as a Red Hill community, many people were military, and we're all funneled through the Red Hill Clinic. And as we were funneled through there, we're given healthcare through military doctors, which is such a transient community. And the issue with that is that even when I was sent with a military neurologist, that person then was put through my, he's separated from the military. And so I think that a certain sensitivity on not just your part, but in general, when you say that it's on the patient's end to develop a strong relationship.
I thank you for bringing that up. That's a very good point. I want to make sure people understand that I'm not saying that this is all on the patients to try to figure out. It's incumbent upon the military health system to ensure that we're providing the kind of patient and family-centered care that all of us would want for our own health care. When we look at, I'm just talking about military service members and their family members. Those that were exposed to the JP5 or at risk for exposure, we have them spread across all 9 DHA networks worldwide, and they're in 386 separate clinics and MTFs. The Red Hill health problem is not a Hawaii problem from our standpoint. It's a global problem because 90% of the people that were exposed were in the military, and we know that the typical assignment in Hawaii is only about 36 months or so. So they're dispersing worldwide. So I think we've set up training for healthcare providers. We've given them a number of resources available. But ultimately, I think, thank you for pointing that out, because it is something that we have to work together, and we have mutual responsibilities.
Okay, thank you very much. Let's move on to our next in-person speaker, Susan Gorman-Chang.
Hi, yes, my name is Susan Gorman-Chang, along with Walter and Major Mandy Feint. I'm on the CRI, and yeah, I think it would have been a little more efficient if you had the CRI and had invited the CRI to come and speak, as opposed to the EPA saying what the CRI was doing. So maybe just keep that in mind. I understand that was FTAC or the Navy's decision, FTAC's decision to have EPA talk about CRI. Anyway, so to answer maybe Ashley's question, we do have summaries of all of our meetings. We meet internally once a week. That's open to the public. We meet often with the EPA and the Navy. And so tomorrow night, we're going to have a handout that's going to have links to all of the summaries of all of the meetings that we've held and all of the minutes so that people know. Also, we have 101 questions that are outstanding that have not been answered by the military, by the Navy. We are aware that there are 101 questions that are outstanding and unanswered, and we are asking for that to be in writing.
Ma'am, we are aware that there are questions out there. My staff is turning to, we're also going through the transition. We're supporting defueling. So I am working with the policymakers in Washington, D.C., at the Assistant Secretary of Navy's office to address those. So we are aware, but we are working through those.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, most of them have been outstanding since our first CRI public meeting.
Yes, ma'am.
In the beginning of October. So
Yes,
it's
ma'am.
been some time. Let's see. I think that might be about it, but I do have to ask, Wayne Tanaka is the director of the Sierra Club. He's online, and he would like to ask some questions. So if you
We'll
could-
see if we can get to him. He's further down the
I
list,
see.
obviously. And I just want to point out to everybody that we're, it's 4:40 now. We're planning to get out of here at 5.
Okay.
I want everybody to know that the tech crew has been working since 7 a.m. nonstop.
Okay, one more question.
So if we could just be succinct with our
Okay.
questions, get your answers, that would be great.
Got it. One more question, Mr. Sullivan. You mentioned that you've been working with the CRI and that they might have some input on the ultimate decision of what happens to Red Hill. Could you elaborate on that? As far as, we talked about the survey, and some people wanted to repurpose it and other people didn't, and you mentioned something about the CRI having input.
The question that I believe you're referring to was earlier when we were talking about the remediation
Mhm.
and what remediation, not necessarily the reuse, but
Oh.
the remediation, the site assessment, the work plan is being developed now. We will present it and provide it to the regulators this summer. But I do believe that is something that we would also be discussing with the CRI and looking for input in the future as to what additional remediation efforts would be required at the Red Hill facility. I believe that's what you're referring to, ma'am.
Yes. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's go to the next online speaker, who would be Lacey Quintero.
Hello. Hi, I'm Lacey Quintero. I am also a member of the CRI representing the impact community. And although I'll be talking to some of you tomorrow, I feel it's necessary that I just expand upon some of the things that have already been said. One of the impacted residents, and this is just one, we have handfuls of people reporting symptoms that, unfortunately, I don't really feel anything has changed for the impacted community. So I'd just like to provide one of those examples. I don't know if you can all see this. This is a child, and this is a rash on a child's back that looks terrible. This person had their water tested, and it was a non-detect. Obviously, that's a problem in itself. We all know what non-detect means. We all know what that means now. Maybe we don't all know. The public probably does not know. Non-detect does not mean that there's not jet fuel in their water. It means it's underneath the Department of Health EAL level, which is not a health-based number. So that's not acceptable for children. It's not acceptable for any of the military families dealing with this. This person had their water tested. They had the longer, more detailed testing done, and their level came back somewhat in the 50s. Low 50s. So I'm just wondering why a low level of 50s can look like this, and the Department of Health has their numbers at 266. And I mean, I don't even know. It's just not acceptable to me. And to see that no actions have really been done for the health of families is just beyond upsetting. My question is, what is going to be done when those numbers come back and it shows that there's fuel in their water and they're reporting these problems? What is going to be done? A specific action that will be taken for these families.
Okay, so that's your question. And who are you directing that to, Lacey?
Maybe.
Okay.
We would follow the direction and the guidance from the regulators in regarding that issue. We will, we tested their water standards, and we will work hand in hand with our regulators on that. We will take care of our families.
What action will be done?
I guess I'm not understanding, actions do you mean as far as testing or changing
No,
EALs?
the testing shows there's fuel in the water. The people have health impacts. What will be done? The end is not testing. The testing shows it's there. I don't care if it's under the EAL. Neither does anyone else.
We
These
would get-
kids don't care.
Right.
Their brains don't care. Their bodies don't care.
We would get with the regulators, we would get with the Department of Health, and we would work this out.
So it's been 2 years since I've been here dealing with this, and nothing's changed. In fact, the numbers got raised, then lowered again. I understand those numbers are just to quickly and efficiently clear a known contaminated area. Well, that's great. That's fine and dandy, except for the families that live on the water lines. So what actions will be taken for them?
We would get with the medical professionals, we would get with the Department of Health immediately.
Like today?
Well,
Hey, it's Dr. O here. You know, what I would invite Ms. Quintero is, and I'm sorry if that's a picture of a family member, but I would
Not
invite.
a family. We had to break our lease and move out of the house because our house never stopped having a sheen and we never stopped being sick on this water line. I gave up. But I'm privileged, I will say that. I know the lower enlisted families cannot just afford to move out.
I understand.
What will you do for them? They cannot afford to move out of these houses.
Yeah, what I would invite is, you know, I would invite the dermatologist or the physician caring for, and I'm sorry, did you say that it was your child or was it was?
That is not my child. This is another family. This is a family. That picture was from October 18th.
I would say then, I would invite your, you know, the dermatologist or the physician caring for this child to contact me. And as I said, you know, I can be contacted through our org box, dha.redhill@health.mil, and you know, we'll have a conversation and then try to figure out what may be going on.
Okay, so with that, let me move it on to our next in-person speaker, and there'll be some follow-up. Lacey, thank you very much.
Mr. Max, let's clear this up right now. Ms. Quintero, you have the email from Mr. Thompson, correct? From the CRI engagement with the Navy?
Yeah, you can unmute yourself again if that's, you can answer.
Yes, I have his email.
Okay. Is it okay, because if I contact Mr. Thompson, can I work with him to share your email with Dr. O and get you in contact tonight? Is that okay with you?
Yes.
Okay. We'll take care of that.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Rebecca?
Good afternoon. My name is Rebecca Garrison. I'm a community organizer with HAPA and the Sierra Club of Hawaii. First, I'd like to thank Dr. Lau, Mr. Irwin, and also Ms. Ashley for your questions. We really appreciate your pointed, your concerns and speaking out for the community as well. I'd also like to say it's really great to see Mr. Kaleo. Thank you so much for your years of service. We've been rooting for you. Okay, I have 4 quick questions that are going to be clustered. Number 1, has the EPA approved the closure plan? Number 2, how many people will be a part of the Navy task force versus how many people are a part of the Joint Task Force Red Hill? Number 3, to be clear, 5,000 gallons of fuel in our aquifer has incurred and will continue to incur millions upon millions of dollars in costs and may take decades to remediate. So 32,000 gallons can cause tremendous potential existential damage. The question is, who is responsible for the washdown of the tanks, and how will the washdown effluent be removed? I know you discussed a little bit about this, but the community wants more specifics. And lastly, number 4, why hasn't the Pentagon responded to Wade's request about the need for a financial compensation policy for impacted families? Some are on the verge of poverty, and it's been over a year since he asked. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for being brief with the questions. It helps. So I think the first question is to EPA.
So for the closure plan, we have not approved the closure plan. We are reviewing a piece of it dealing with the cleaning procedures and should have some sort of response over the next few days.
Okay, the second questions were directed to the Navy.
Yes.
For the closure plan, excuse me, for my team, the Navy Closure Task Force, it'll be about 200 individuals. And then the third question that you asked was about the cleaning. Yes. That will also be included in the tank closure plan, which will be approved, but in the tank cleaning plan, which will be approved by DOH and EPA, and there will be a plan in there for collecting the rinse and making sure that it doesn't get to the environment.
Do you have an expected date for that?
I do not. I know we're working towards we're actually working with DOH right now. We've been going back and forth answering questions, but we're going to have a supplement out towards the end of December, but then we're still working with the contractor on doing that plan, but it will be public facing. We'll make sure it gets out to the community too.
Thank you.
And the last question, I believe, was Admiral Wade.
Well, there are two parts. So the JTF has 275 personnel. That number was increased when we took physical custody of the facility, so entry control points and then the roving security fire watch. So the analysis we did, which is a little bit different for closure, that's why there's a delta between 275 to 200 for the complexity with defueling. Ma'am, I cannot answer your question on a policy issue that is currently being deliberated by the Department of Defense, other than to say that this is a complex issue. There's multiple lawsuits, there's requests for compensation, restitution, it's all connected. So I can, without going any further details, because there's litigation here, it's being reviewed from a policy perspective.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for asking such clear questions. That should be an example for us all. Thank you. Let's go to the next online speaker, Catherine McClanahan.
Hi. Can you hear me?
Yes, loud and clear.
Okay. My name's Catherine McClanahan. I'm glad to see tonight that the Defense Health Agency is there. I appreciate Colonel O being there. I have some questions that maybe you can help answer. This past summer, your agency, the Defense Health Agency, held a webinar, and Hawaii Department of Health's toxicologist, Dr. Diana Felton, spoke at length about your awareness of residual symptoms and that there may be a toxicological component that you don't fully understand. And it sounds like, Dr. O, tonight, are you saying, yes, you all are aware of ongoing symptoms? And by ongoing, I'm not speaking about people reporting that they feel sick, but of actual ongoing symptoms that have been medically documented.
Okay, Dr. O.
Hi, Ms. McClanahan.
Hi.
Yeah, hi. So, as you know, CDC ATSDR did 2 community surveys. The first one was done in January of 2022. I think it bled into February of 2022. Assessment of chemical exposures 1. And the results of that were published in the MMWR, Morbidity and Mortality Weekly Report. The follow-up survey occurred in September of 2022. So that was over a year ago.
Yes.
I think what caused many people to become concerned among CDC, ATSDR, and Defense Health Agency is the persistence of what we call morbidity, meaning illnesses, symptoms, among the population. Now, it was what we call it in epidemiology, a convenience sample, meaning it was open to anyone who wanted to participate. And so sometimes you have to be careful about potential response bias. Nonetheless, the findings were concerning enough that that is when ATSDR recommended strong consideration to a third-party registry modeled on the Flint registry, and DHA also. It became very apparent that we were dealing with a problem. I think that unlike maybe what we thought initially, where we thought it would be self-limited, unfortunately, it appears to be something a little bit more complex.
So a follow-up question. Can I ask a follow-up question about that? If it sounds like multiple agencies, you spoke about the DHA, the ATSDR, the Hawaii Department of Health, obviously spoke about ongoing. Why can our families not find an updated health advisory that actually states there are indeed ongoing symptoms? Because the last health advisory, and none of them have been ever published by a federal agency, but the Hawaii Department of Health's health advisory only spoke about doctors not testing. There's never been actual acknowledgement or informing of civilian doctors, particularly, that they would even be aware of Red Hill. So number one, why is no agency putting it out there? And number two, why is the ATSDR not putting Red Hill, Hawaii on their toxic exposure A to Z index? It's been 2 years.
Right.
Can you address either of those?
Right. So let me try to, I know we don't have anyone from CDC ATSDR here. I have shared the concerns expressed by people like yourself, Ms. McClanahan, that there may be doctors that are interested in learning about Red Hill, and there's not a lot of information on respective websites, like CDC, ATSDR, like VA. And then what we have in DHA, or Defense Health Agency, is rather limited. I know there are plans at CDC, ATSDR to add Red Hill information onto the website. I mentioned that we have our Red Hill Public Health website, which dropped today. VA has a website, that was started, I think, several weeks ago. I think the issue when the word health advisory is used, that has a very specific connotation on by CDC ATSDR. Many of you are aware that CDC ATSDR is currently in the midst of what they call a public health assessment, examining, Hawaii and what might be some of the health risks, even predating November 2021. And that is an ongoing work in progress. The last I checked several weeks ago, they're still in the midst of doing this. It's a very complex endeavor, as you might imagine, so it's not something that can be done in few weeks or even months.
Well, I think that what families have asked for is that there is something that is precise and definitive on a website where we can take to our civilian doctors, because they are not aware of Red Hill. And it's a problem that we've communicated for 2 years about. The acknowledgement of even ongoing symptoms. Somebody, right. One of your letter agencies needs to put that out there. And that research and stuff is fantastic. We need it. But we need to address the current short-term problem. And I would just argue that that's a short-term problem. And finally, I'm gonna get off here. I just wanna make a statement regarding trust, transparency, and communication. The DoD created an internal report this summer after epidemiologists reviewed medical records of service and family members affected, yet the DoD has not seen fit to release that report to families or the public. Any ideas when that report will be released? And I'll put that out to either Colonel Poe or Admiral Wade.
Yeah, Ms. McClanahan, are you referring to the medical record review, or are you referring to the encounter analysis?
Either one.
Either one. Okay. So the CDC medical record review, and I'm trying to do this in a way that, because I know we have other people asking questions, and I could probably spend like 20 minutes on this, and I think I, probably will talk at this at length at our upcoming webinar, January 9th. Save the date. The CDC medical record review, which is conducted, I believe, in May, or maybe, no, it's actually maybe in March. They looked at about 653 medical records. But the 653 medical records were people that we suspected had problems based on their diagnoses. So it was not a random sample. And I think the medical record reviews just really reinforced what we already knew based on looking at their diagnosis, that they had symptoms that could be consistent with having the JP5 fuel exposure.
Well,
Specifically,
that
there's not
information would
really
be
a
great.
report.
Let him finish.
Yeah, there's not really a report, Catherine, but there is. I think it's very fair to ask, like, where is the summary? And that is something that I'm hoping we can put on the website, and I will be talking about that at length. But nothing really came about that I consider consequential and actionable on the part, for the community. Now the other one.
Thank you.
Yeah, go ahead,
Yeah.
Catherine. Yeah, go ahead.
No, I'll concede that so others can have time.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
The other one, which is looking at some of the healthcare encounters, because again, many of the people who are exposed have TRICARE, and there's a lot of data that's collected, from TRICARE. We're able to have 28,000, individuals where we could look at the medical records. I think in summary, what that showed is that immediately after the fuel release on November 20, there was a spike in healthcare visits and diagnoses for conditions that very plausibly, meaning very consistent with JP5 exposure. So you saw increases in headache, abdominal pain, nausea, rash, etc. What they saw for the most part is that after several weeks, the levels returned back down to the baseline, level, and that's kind of where we're at now. The challenge with when you look at healthcare encounter data is that you're looking at it from a 40,000-foot view, and what we don't know is whether or not there may be an increased risk of other conditions that we didn't particularly examine, or if if the conditions are so rare that we don't know, we wouldn't be able to pick it up even with a large data set including 28,000 individuals. I can't speak to why that information is not shared, because it's not Defense Health Agency's decision to release that data, and anyways, I can't go beyond that.
Okay, thank you very much. So let's move on to our next online speaker, and that's Melody Aduha.
Thank you very much. I'm going to have some questions here, and I'll be as succinct as possible. First question, I believe, is to Dr. John, or Colonel John O. He had mentioned 14 parts per million. That's really quite low, and we've been coming back with test results that are higher than that. So are you then basing your results, or I should say your testing, on the 14 parts per million, or as per the Department of Health at 266 parts, I believe, per billion? That's one question. Second question, are you also testing for other additives in the TPH, such as kerosene, gasoline, diesel, motor oil, jet fuels, JP5, like you had mentioned, and there's other compounds such as benzene, toluene, ethylbenzene, and xylene? And then where does antifreeze come into it? Because that is even more toxic than just TPH. Okay, next question. EPA certified lab, we're having issues. If it's going to take 14 days before we get a response from a California EPA certified lab, then would the DOD, for the safety of the people in the state of Hawaii, provide some funding so that we can have a certified EPA lab on island so that we don't have to rely on these rapid tests, which only says detect or non-detect, versus something that actually says what level of TPH and all those other compounds would be in the jet fuel. Next question, and this is for Vice Admiral Wade, and I know he's going to come back and say, well, that's a policy question, so I can't answer it, but I'm going to ask it anyway. Is the DoD considering and will do or provide funding for monitoring and exploratory wells that the Honolulu Board of Water Supply is requiring as a result of the Red Hill spills and contaminations of 2021, before and after?
Okay, thank you,
And
Melody.
final question. Again,
Can you just do four, because
question
it's
too.
hard to remember them all. All right, I mean,
Oh,
let's
okay,
go to
okay,
the responses,
well, for
okay?
those I can
'Cause that's
remember,
what,
but I just want to ask
somebody
you one
else
more
asked
question.
four-part question. You got four different people who have to respond. So let's, before we forget what they were, let's go ahead and see if we can get some responses. Thank you.
Gotcha, thank you.
Yeah,
Thank
it's
you.
Dr. O. So I think those questions related to water testing are probably, better addressed by Captain Sullivan.
Good afternoon, Captain Sullivan. So I'll try and hit on, I believe, most of the questions. The first one was related to the 14 parts per million. The 14 parts per million I was referencing was not water in any way. That was the air vapor, the air monitoring. That's where the 14 parts per million applied. The second question was on all of the analytes that we are testing for. The long-term monitoring program, it lays out a very clear list. There's several tables that lay out all of the different analytes that are tested and the frequency for which they're tested. As well as on the Safe Waters Drinking website, when you click on any of those results, it will provide a detailed list of every single analyte that was tested and what the results of those were. So if you'd like to get into the every detail of all of those analytes that were required, again, I can refer you to the long-term monitoring that is posted on the Safe Waters website, as well as I believe it's the EPA website as well, and the DOH websites. The third question, you talked about the frustration or the challenge with 14 days for getting the samples and getting the tests off-site. Unfortunately, we live by what is currently available, and we've been pushing, but the Department of Navy did purchase equipment, all of the equipment that some of the laboratories on the mainland will use. We did purchase all of that equipment, and we have provided to the University of Hawaii. We will continue to be open to any discussions on that one. When it comes to monitoring wells, from the beginning, we are very open, and Admiral Killian has offered from the beginning that if there are locations of monitoring wells that you would like us to drill, we are open to drilling wells anywhere that we think that would be beneficial to gain a better understanding of what's going on under the subsurface. Did I hit on all of them?
You hit on all four. Thank you very much.
Thank
And
you,
I
ma'am.
think in the interest of time, we've got just a few more people lined up to ask questions. I'd like to move to them. Thank you very much, Melody. We appreciate it. We're running a little late, and I am conscious that the tech crew has been here since 7. I want to release them to their own families, so let's try to be as brief as we can. I'm going to call upon Hanaloa Helela, if I've pronounced that correctly, and I'm not sure if you have responded to the prompt. If not, we'll move along. Okay, there you are.
All right. Thank you. Can you hear me?
Very loud.
Okay. Okay.
That's right.
Thank you. I'm just going to ask 3 questions. I've been in and out of this meeting, so I'm not sure if 2 of them were asked. I know 1 was asked, and I'll save that one for last because I don't feel like it was adequately answered. But first of all, I'd like to ask about, I saw it in the chat, and I've been wondering about it as well. Is there going to be, or why isn't there, if there's not an OSHA person on site? And how is OSHA involved because of all the obvious workplace hazards that people are having to deal with? Also, I would really like to see some meaningful discussion happen about the EALs. I just don't understand the process. It doesn't seem to be a scientific process. It seems to be a political process. And my third question is, I'd like to ask it again about the water heaters and just the whole water side. I didn't hear everything about some of the issues, I guess, with the temperature, but I'm sure you guys can figure it out. You're the biggest military on the planet, most advanced, and I'm sure you can figure out how to test the hot water side. And I don't know why there hasn't been any action. I'm very concerned. I'd like to make a comment now related to this. I'm concerned about the responses that were coming. I think it was just absolute dismissal of a very basic point. You know, we're seeing these practices. We are worried about long-term effects, but we're seeing short-term and mid-term effects. We're seeing new exposures, and I think that needs to be explored like almost 2 years ago. So thank you.
Thank you. And we couldn't really capture all of the audio, so we'll do the best we could or can. I think the first question on EALs. Okay, do you want to just say that for the...
Hey, sir, this is Vice Admiral Wade. I'll take the first question. I believe your question was, why isn't there an OSHA representative on site while we're conducting defueling? Sir, the answer is that we're following the federal and state regulations and comporting to the approvals for defueling that are established by the EPA and the DOH. We must, though, follow all federal and state laws for everything that we're doing for defueling. That includes labor and safety administered by OSHA. We follow those rules. There was a community complaint which was adjudicated through the OSHA process. They have closed that complaint. However, in OSHA rules, they allow a complainant to appeal. That community member did appeal. That led to the OSHA team coming to the facility. We walked them through the facility, showed them our procedures, our safety measures, and OSHA has left, and they've permitted us to continue to defuel. Like I said in my opening comments, if there are any other OSHA issues, we are happy to engage with them. We take safety of our personnel extremely seriously, and that's my answer, sir. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
And was there any other comment on the EALs? That was another part of the question. Oh, yeah, over here, Grace Simmons.
Hello, sir. Unfortunately, our environmental toxicologist is not here today. However, the EALs are based on scientific data that is vetted with other SMEs, and so I don't believe it's political, but it is certainly, it is changing based on conditions. So if you want to have further discussion about the EALs, we're happy to sit down with you to go over the numbers. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay,
And
let's move on to...
Just to address the...
Oh, I'm sorry.
Again, address the water heater discussion.
Oh,
You know,
yeah. Sorry.
as I mentioned before, obviously all of the testing that we've been done has been done. It's very prescribed, and we absolutely must follow the processes that are laid out to ensure the validity of all those results. With that being said, that the EPA, the DOH, and the Navy are all working together right now and discussing what is the best way forward that we could get after looking at and trying to determine what the problem could be in the water heaters and what can be done. So flushing, biological growth, looking at that as well as testing. So it's something we are discussing right now, but it is outside of the normal testing protocols and procedures which all rely on the cold water system. So we'll continue that. And with the sense of urgency that was already expressed.
Yeah, I have a recommendation then. Try just take a few people's water heaters out, change their water heaters, and see what happens. You know, particularly the ones who have been making complaints about their babies getting rashes. I think they should just get new water heaters. It's not that expensive.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Let's move next to Davianne Thomas.
Aloha. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Can you hear me?
Yes, loud and clear.
So I just want to say this, right? Living 8 years here on the Pearl City Peninsula Navy housing, I highly agree that all of our corporate landlords, whether they are Hickam Communities, Island Palm, Kapalina Beach Homes, new corporate landlords or their landlords, and our Hunt Ohana, they should be very much involved besides the Navy, alongside of the Navy, as they are very much involved with property. I have heard before I was the first one to speak out about our Pearl City Peninsula since early December 2021 and helped a percentage of the residents get their tap water tested through University of Hawaii. I have heard, I went to our landlord manager and of course they deny, Hunt denies that they are not a part of the Navy water line. But in honesty, they need to, because we as residents throughout the Navy pipe water system needs to be able to change out the appliances, needs to have the HVAC AC changed out, needs to have the hot water heaters changed out, okay? With that being said, also with our home state, Department of Health, I am very irritated with you all right now to have heard news within the week that there is no state law, no federal law to stop you all from raising those EAL numbers that is so high compared to the other 49 states. How embarrassing is that? Today, I have been educating a high percentage of our Hawaii residents and beyond of what you all have been doing, and that you guys cannot be stopped and you guys do not want to listen. And this is why I refuse to listen to any test results that comes out every time I hear non-detect or everything is safe. So that is where I stand with this. And aloha to our panels, aloha to John Wade and Barnett and Sullivan and all my friends online.
Okay.
That's
you.
it.
Thank you. Unless somebody has a response to that, we'll move on to
Okay.
the next. Okay, thank you. Okay, we're going to go next. We only have 2 more online speakers, and then we're POW. So I'm going to return to Amanda Fine. Amanda, earlier she was asking some questions, and I think we lost track of where we were in the webinar chat thing. And so, Amanda, I know you had some time earlier, and if I could ask you to just quickly state what any additional questions you have, then we'll move on to our final speaker from there.
Sure. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Thank you. I didn't get an answer to the question, and it's been repeated over and over again this evening about how you all are following the statutes, policies, guidelines, procedures, and it's very clear what those are. Those have not been provided to the public about how you can only test cold water. So could you please provide those to us, because that was one of those questions. CRI would be a great opportunity for you to do that or to post on your website. Because we've just not seen that.
Okay.
The next thing is follow-up question, one for Dr. O and then one for Admiral Wade. Admiral Wade, sir, is anyone on your task force receiving hazardous duty pay in accordance with the DoD policy for duty involving toxic fuels? This question has been asked for over 2 years now. And then my question for Dr. O is, sir, quite honestly, I feel like there's been a little bit of false hope given tonight. The picture that Lacey showed, we are aware, since you are an expert testifying on behalf of the government, that you have seen multiple rashes. And so this isn't the first one. You've also opened the lines of communication for us to contact you, email you, send you things. But sir, just to be completely transparent,
Nastasha and Freeman and I were both doing that with you and Dr. Nakamura, and you cut off those lines of communication. And so I think it's unfair for you to represent yourself here this evening that you're here to help when you're actually testifying for the government and you've cut off lines of communication for families like mine who have been asking for help, and we've been cut off because of litigation. Thank you.
Okay, so let's take a question for Admiral
I'll
Wade
also,
first.
I'd also add that if that has changed and you are now offering to help us or to speak with us about legitimate health concerns, I am PCSing a report on the 27th of November in DC where you work, and I'd gladly, love to take a meeting with you if you're saying that you're actually going to help families now. Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you, Amanda. We'll go to Admiral Wade first and then do that.
Ms. Fine, is your question, are JTF Red Hill members receiving hazardous duty pay?
That is correct. I've asked that question as a human resources officer for over 2 years. There is DoD policy that speaks specifically about handling toxic fuel, which is exactly what your folks are doing. And I'm asking, has anyone received hazardous duty pay? $150 a month. $150 a month is how much it costs for an alternate water source that you all have stopped giving to people. So to get water delivered to your house is $150 a month for a family of 4.
Ms.
I'm
Fine,
asking you, is anyone on your team,
Ms.
sir,
Fine,
getting hazardous duty pay in accordance with DoD policy for
Ms.
handling
Fine.
toxic fuels?
Ms. Fine, you asked me a question. I wanted to understand what the question was. The answer is no.
Thank you.
Okay.
And why not, sir?
Because it's a policy issue, and so the team is not permitted to receive hazardous duty pay.
So the policy is clearly defined. Your service members are handling toxic fuel. You are exposing them to toxic fuel, both the Flushing team and the folks that you have right now. So much so that you have to have OSHA out there.
Ms. Fine,
And all those things.
Ms.
So I'm
Fine,
just asking you to please review that, sir.
excuse me, Ms. Fine. I am conducting defueling. Defueling operations are conducted 24/7 globally in the Department of Defense, okay? Before we had the spills, before the Joint Task Force was established, the Fuels Directorate here in Pearl Harbor did not receive hazardous duty pay. There is no requirement for the defueling team to receive that pay.
Okay, let's.
You
Sir, I would
are
submit-
miss.
I
You
would
are
submit
you.
to you that you
Ms.
created
Fine.
a task force
Ms.
outside
Fine,
of
I
normal
don't
operating
handle the
procedure.
testing, okay? I wasn't here, nor was I responsible for the testing. I know you've asked this question about those service members that went into people's homes that were potentially exposed to vapors while they were doing the testing. That is completely different, okay? That question is a policy question that I cannot answer. Thank you.
Okay, let's switch over to Dr. O for his response to the other question, and then we'll move on to our last speaker.
Yeah, so Major Fine, I'm sorry if you think that I'm giving false hope. I've not cut off a conversation with anyone. I believe this is the first time you and I have even talked. I've never talked with Ms. Freeman that you referenced. But the bottom line is, yeah, I think I'm here to support the community of people who are exposed or at risk of exposure. And I think it's an important, that we have honest, transparent conversations. So I welcome anyone who wants to reach out to me. Again, dha.redhill@health.mil, and I or a member of the team will follow up with you. So look forward
Thank
to
you
the
so much, sir.
conversation.
Can you, in the spirit of transparency, are you testifying as a government
I don't know what I'm
expert?
doing. I'm just trying to speak truth, ma'am. So, I don't know what I'm doing.
Okay, thank you.
You don't know
let's-
that you're an expert for the
Amanda,
government, sir.
we really do want to go to the next person, so
I
thank
bet you do.
I appreciate it. So this is our last speaker, and it's Sierra Club, so I don't know who from the Sierra Club. But if you could identify yourself when you unmute. Hey, Wayne.
Wayne Tanaka, Sierra Club. Couple questions. The first has to go with the transfer of defueling responsibilities to Naval Region Command. Naval Region has a huge responsibility. It already has a little bit of trouble, keeping our environment clean with the 1,000 Clean Water Act violations and ongoing spills from the Pearl Harbor wastewater treatment plant. It seems like putting additional responsibility under their purview is a liability. And, a spill of sewage is pretty bad, but, 32,000 gallons is 6 times the amount of fuel that's in the aquifer that's creating, millions of dollars of costs and years of uncertainty. And sludge is still fuel, and the washdown is going to be fuel. And so if the Joint Task Force is here to defuel, then I feel like it needs to finish its mission and not pass the baton before we are all of harm's way. And so if that could be conveyed, if Admiral Wade could convey that to the Pentagon, if the EPA, if you folks can take that into consideration, I think that's a major concern that the community has been voicing in the last day, I guess, since this plan came out. And the second question, my understanding of testing is that it's to keep people safe, but it just seems like the testing protocols that are being used as an excuse really to keep people in harm's way. Like you can still do the testing protocols that you have to do, but that doesn't preclude you, I don't think, from exploring new ways to assess what is going on. And this is something that I've personally raised a year ago, if more than a year ago, I think when Tim Cott and Gordy Meyer were here. And it's confusing and perplexing as to why, you haven't looked at additional ways to keep people from getting harmed, creating a new cohort of sick folks who you don't know how to treat, who are going to be, getting pushed to the verge of, or beyond of poverty because they need to relocate. They need to find, some help for their conditions. So I guess that's my question is, why haven't you, why can't you, or can you, on top of the testing protocols you're following, employ new methods, additional methods that can verify, or that can identify, possible risks and threats.
Okay.
And if not, you have an emergency outreach plan. Can you warn people so they can make their own assessments of risk and what they're willing to expose their families to potentially in terms of the complaints you've been receiving and other evidence, tangible evidence?
Okay, Wayne, can we stop there and let them have a chance to address the question? So the first one was on the transfer of authority from JTF to Navy Red Hill for et cetera, correct?
Yes, sir, Mr. Tanaka, thanks for your question. That's a really good question. It's a valid question. I'm going to answer you, and more than happy to have a discussion separate from this in more detail and or with General Okamura. But the Joint Task Force was specifically established by the Secretary of Defense because of his concern of the 104 million gallons of fuel sitting above the aquifer. And after having the incidents that we had, if you recall, even after the 2 spills, there was still 2 other mishaps that occurred, and he had enough. And so he wanted to have a team that was singularly focused and dedicated on the defueling mission, given the gravity of the circumstances. So I was humbly selected to take this mission on, and I have 275 folks, as I've mentioned, that have been focused on this. The reason why the transition is going to occur, and at this point where 60,000 gallons of residual fuel will be removed as quickly as possible, but then the demarcation line is the fuel that you can't get out without disassembling and destructing the pipeline, is because you are now presenting multiple commanders who are doing different jobs, which contributed to the mishaps in May and November in the first place. So what this is doing, it's presenting an opportunity for the region, who is the owner of the facility and is now the single commander for all actions that will take place at Red Hill. And this is going to be another symphony of activities. Okay, you have to time and sequence the cleaning of the tanks, the removal of the sludge, the penetrations into the pipelines to remove the residual fuel, and then to remove the pipelines, and then do everything else. If you have multiple organizations under different command and control structures, that lends itself to stovepipes and barriers that contribute to risk and potential mishap. So that's why Admiral Barnett, he will be dual-hatted, but his team, the closure team, is not. They are singularly focused on closure and environmental remediation. Does that answer your question, sir?
Yeah, I'm happy to talk with you folks more. I mean, I know we're running low on time, but
Right.
it's just it seems like having.
Look, it's a fair question, but sir,
concerned
what
about-
happened in May and November, when the spills occurred, you had different organizations pointing each other and saying, no, this is your problem, this is your problem. No, it's not my problem, it's your problem. Can't have that. You gotta have a single commander who is responsible, accountable, with dot on the forehead that says, I'm in charge. And so that's what happened when I took the Joint Task Force over. And there was still some gray areas until the AFFF investigation. When that AFFF occurred, the Secretary of Defense expanded my responsibilities, and I took full control and custody of the Red Hill facility. That changed things and allowed me, with the right authorities, to direct everybody, to direct the traffic and ensure that we put these risk controls in place. Those lessons and what has been established for processes and procedures will be transferred over to Admiral Barnett as he takes over this closure team. And he is committed to move as quickly as possible. I know he's given a range of window of when he's going to remove the fuel and the sludge and remove the pipelines, that the establishment of the team, he's going to move with speed, with urgency, because that's what the community needs and demands and rightly deserves.
Okay, thank you. You had another question about the testing, I believe, different methods, and Captain Sullivan will take that.
Yes, sir. Captain Sullivan again. And going back to the discussions, and your point is very valid, that when it comes to the original decisions, just because the flushing and everything, that's the way it was determined, and that's the way we've been moving forward, does not mean that we cannot adjust now. And that's why the discussion is currently undergoing with the EPA and the DOH on what the best method forward for how we could get after looking at those water heaters.
Okay, so
And just to emphasize though that this issue is not new. It's been raised since at least I think May or June of last year. So it's been like a year and a half essentially. And so it'd be really great if we could break this kind of Groundhog Day cycle where we show up and raise the same concerns and are told that, you'll be working on it, and then we're back to square one the next time we meet 6 months later. Thank you.
Understand.
Okay, so with that, I want to thank everybody who participated today. We are about to close, and I want to turn it over to Grace, who's acting chair today, if you have any last words.
Nothing really, but thank you all for attending. It was a very good discourse, and I hope we continue to have further discussions. Thank you.
Okay, so thank you, everybody. Drive safe, travel safe home.